Just had one. I know. And Carrie Fons. Good morning. Sorry. Oh, that's fine. Good morning. We're going to start off with a public hearing this morning. So I declare the public hearing regarding redistricting of 5800 and 5900 on 37A Avenue from a public utility lot to a direct control is open at 9:01 a.m. I'll ask the city manager to explain the purpose of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Bayer. The purpose of this hearing is to redistrict a portion of 5800 and 5900 37A Avenue from a public utility lot to direct control for the purposes of a future shelter site.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing was advertised as follows. The required advertised on the city website as of February 23rd. As per the requirements of the Municipal Government Act in Section 606, and additional advertising was done on the City Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter pages February 23rd, March 7th, March 10th, and March 12th. Additionally, it was advertised in the Pipestone Flyer on February 23rd, March 2nd, and March 9th, 2023.
I'd now like to request that the CAO provide their report regarding this matter.
This redistricting is required to allow the subdivision of 3 acres of land from the 2 existing parcels as shown on the agenda item. Administration does not have any concerns with the proposed redistricting or pending subdivision. If the redistricting is approved, then administration will be in a position to approve the subdivision of the parcel. The second and third reading of the redistricting would then be presented to council at the April 11th, 2023 regular council meeting. The subdivision would then have conditions attached to ensure that all costs associated with the stormwater management facility changes, any road improvements if needed, and servicing connections are conditions of the subdivision approval. If second and third readings are approved, the next step would be to get a DC permit, direct control permit, application from Hope Mission seeking approval for a shelter. At that time, any conditions could be considered related to the development of that council believes would be fit.
Have we received any written submissions, and if so, please read them into record.
We have. Dear City Manager, we are writing to you as a resident of Wetaskiwin who desires to see our city become a beacon of hope with strong, healthy relationships for all our citizens that will result in attracting more business and families to move here. To this end, we thank you for approving the rezoning of the land for the Hope Mission Shelter Project. We strongly believe that it is in our city's best interest to see this project move forward for the following reasons. There would be a consistent and sustainable place for our homeless people to be sheltered and fed. The services offered there would decrease the demand on our ambulance and ER departments as well as the police services. Hope Mission offers addiction recovery programs, which is a much needed first step service to assist people to develop life skills and become contributing citizens to our city and province. This would also decrease our crime statistics, which our city has become known for. The transitional housing area would further assist in developing healthy life skills and increase their employability potential. The future of local businesses would be strengthened with the reduction of crime and more skilled, reliable workers. Thank you for your support in developing this project in our community, and we are excited to see the future development of the Hope Mission project. Respectfully submitted, Aaron and Hilda Workington. The next one says, greetings. I am writing in support of the development of a 24/7 emergency shelter in the city of Wetaskiwin. In my work at the Camrose Women's Shelter over the last 15 years, we have seen a number of clients who are in need of emergency shelter due to housing instability. While this is not our main mandate, we do accept individuals in this type of crisis when that support is needed. Of course, this means that beds may be occupied due to housing instability, and crisis calls due to domestic violence must be referred to other shelters. In addition, we only accept female identifying individuals and do not serve the adult male population, a demographic vastly underserved in our area. The development of this 24/7 shelter will help alleviate the pressures on other organizations in the catchment area. I am excited to see the ways these populations can be served with a central building that can provide additional programming. Thanks for your forward thinking and development in this area. Leslie L., Outreach Coordinator, Camrose Women's Shelter. The next one reads, Dear Sue, my husband and I support the Hope Mission Shelter and the transitional housing projects. We believe these two projects should go forward. We need to see the street people of Wetaskiwin rehabilitated from their addictions. The citizens of our city would feel less intimidated and not be fearful. You're doing a great job, Margaret and Gordon Raver. The next one reads, Mayor Tyler Gandam, City Manager Sue Howard, and City Councilors, good day. I would like to express my support for the Hope Mission Shelter and Transitional Housing Project to proceed. The Hope Mission is bringing hope and change to many homeless in other communities. It would be a great asset to have them in Wetaskiwin. The long-term results would be a safer community for our businesses and residents. I think most residents would welcome Hope Mission's presence once they were aware of these benefits. God bless you, Karen Brown. Dear City of Wetaskiwin, we, the Musqueam Cree Tribal Council, are in support of seeing the Hope Mission Shelter and Transitional Housing Project move forward. The Hope Mission has been providing overnight shelter, meals, access to washrooms, showers, and medical attention to our community members, which is greatly appreciated. The Hope Mission also provides addiction recovery programs, which is essential to assisting community members in becoming self-sufficient and independent, which leads to living a better life. We are thankful that the City of Wetaskiwin is endeavoring to assist the most vulnerable population by engaging with discussions to rezone the parcel of land to build the future transitional housing facility. We value this holistic approach, which gives the vulnerable population more needed services than a temporary warming shelter can provide. Musqueam Cree Tribal Council. The next one reads, I am submitting my opposition to the rezoning of the above parcel of land. We all know the proposed use of land pending the rezoning. There needs to be more public consultation and information provided to the taxpayers regarding the development of the proposed Hope Mission facility. We as taxpayers need a detailed breakdown of the costs already incurred and the expected costs to the city in the future should this facility be built. Informed decisions are required by all parties. Thank you, Karen Schatz-Snyder. Sorry, I always struggle with that one. The next one reads, I have lived in Wetaskiwin nearly 7 years and have watched the persistent efforts to deal with the homelessness and troubled people. Hope Mission and their team seem to be an amazing solution. No, there's not a solution, but they have knowledge, experience, commitment, and compassion for the troubles we see every day. I have every confidence, knowing their history, that they will work tirelessly to help people who want help, one person at a time. I, for one, am impressed and thankful that they have come to Wetaskiwin. I am impressed with the newest addition, the Hope Mission Rescue Van launched yesterday. I would urge the city to do everything possible to expedite their efforts, including freeing up land and bringing every effort to enable them to get on with building now, so that hopefully by next winter, the situation and the resources will be even better. Keep up the good work. We appreciate your efforts. Sharon Bouchard. Next one reads, Dear Ms. Howard, on behalf of Ermineskin Cree Nation, I would like to extend my full support for the City of Wetaskiwin's Hope Mission Shelter Project. This project is a necessary service, and the Ermineskin Cree Nation welcomes the efforts and dedication of the City of Wetaskiwin to see this work is continued. Ermineskin Cree Nation supports the Hope Mission facilities in their endeavor to bring care and compassion to those at highest risks and greatest need. Chief Randy Ermineskin.
I'll now call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. First, we will call upon those who have registered prior to the meeting, and then anyone else who wishes to speak may have the opportunity. Please note that all speakers will be given no more than 5 minutes to speak. And first on the list, I have Chief Desmond Bull from the Louisville Tribe. And I'm not seeing him. Next up, I have Laura White. Welcome, Laura. Mic's on. Thank you. Just make sure you're speaking right into the mic.
Thank you. Your Worship, Mayor Gandam, honorable councillors and manager. I'm a citizen of Wetaskiwin. My name is Laura White. I reside on Treaty 6 territory where we are today. I appreciate the land. This bylaw change is related to land, so it's significant and important. I value that we're discussing it today. Much of my food comes from this land. My family and friends live here. People that I care about reside here also. The work that my family does touches this land. Both my husband and I work in industries that are related to land. I also want to have the words that I say and my actions today and as I live to be honoring to God who created this land and that we all live on and work with. I speak in favor of changing this land use. Changing this land in a way that will be able to be given to use for people in our community is a not direct monetary gift. And I think it's appropriate that we as our citizens, use some of our land for the benefit of our local citizens. I believe this location is well suited for the intended use. I think the evidence that we've seen for the temporary time that it's being used by Hope Mission has been well suited for the clients that use it and has been the least disruptive location compared to other things that we've seen in our recent history for attempts to work with this population. And lastly, I think you should consider changing the bylaw because it is an act of generosity from the city to its citizens. And there's been a long history of generosity of Wetaskiwin citizens and the people in this area. And specifically, Hope Mission has a long history of generosity and using funds and gifts of money and talents and care that people give and put into Hope Mission to serve the community and the clients that they interact with. And so I believe that changing this bylaw to have the land be used in a generous way would be good for us to do as citizens.
Thank you very much. I have Audrey Bannister next. I didn't see her either this morning. Dr. Bill Hendricks. Thank you.
Mayor, honorable councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of redistricting the land to allow for permanent shelter and transitional housing to be built. My name is Michelle Meraz. I'm the Executive Director of the Wetaskiwin Primary Care Network. And of course, this is Dr. Bill Hendricks, who is the physician lead of the Wetaskiwin Primary Care Network. For those of you who don't know what a primary care network is, primary care networks, otherwise known as PCNs, are the most common model of team-based primary health care delivery in Alberta. And they are formed through partnerships between a group of family physicians, Alberta Health Services, and funding from the Ministry of Health to provide interdisciplinary programming and services such as chronic disease management, treatment, screening, and prevention. With a permanent shelter, Wetaskiwin would be in the position to offer the more vulnerable population more impactful support. Because we lead a primary healthcare organization, it might be an obvious fit that we are advocating for access to health services. As you might know, previous iterations of encampments and shelters have had varied experiences when it comes to medical care. Too often these services were offered across the table in the middle of the field. In the current temporary shelter, they've been able to hire a nurse, Marie, who is so dedicated to this population, but with a more permanent structure, there will be an opportunity to more fully support regular access to nursing, physicians, addiction services, programming, etc. But our reason to present today is not only about possible medical support or to advocate for the homeless population and transitional housing, but it is also, for those of you who are present and in attendance, is to understand how the shelter could positively impact the current homeless population and the generations to follow. The social determinants of health are the non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. These are the conditions that people are born into, grow in, live, work, age, and are a wider set of forces and systems shaping the conditions of daily life. Social determinants of health have a significant influence on health inequities. As you can imagine, the lower the socioeconomic position, the worse the health. While access to affordable health services is one of them, the Government of Canada also includes income and social status, employment and working conditions, education and literacy, childhood experiences, physical environments, supports, social supports and coping skills, healthy behaviors, biology and genetic endowment, gender, culture, race and racism, all as these social determinants of health. Research shows that social determinants can be more important than healthcare or lifestyle choices in influencing health. They can account for as much as 30 to 55% of health outcomes. So on an individual level, there may be a need to have a conversation with an individual around a wound that is infected or engaging in risky behaviors. But if the primary concerns are food insecurity and personal safety, the physical concerns are not their greatest fear, and there's very little chance of positively impacting the other influences in their life. So these experiences, the lack of supports, often go on to negatively impact the next generation. Our current vulnerable population have no doubt experienced adverse childhood experiences that can include experiencing violence, abuse, neglect, witnessing violence in the home or community, having family members attempt or die by suicide. These adverse childhood experiences included are aspects of child's environment that can undermine their sense of safety, stability, bonding, such as growing up in a household with substance abuse problems, mental health problems, and instability due to parental separation or household members in jail or prison. While this list is not exhausted, preventing adverse childhood experiences could also reduce many health conditions. Research suggests that up to 1.9 million heart disease cases and 21 million depression cases could potentially be avoided. So with these vast challenges comes the need for support from a wide variety of stakeholders within and beyond the health sector, as well as all levels of government, including the City of Wetaskiwin, to make an impact. As medical professionals, we cannot prescribe poverty reduction, childcare, or housing, although these factors would make as much, if not more, impact than a prescription. So we call on those who are present to support the redistricting of the land to allow the HOPE mission to move forward with a permanent shelter and transition housing project.
Yep.
Are there
Sorry.
any questions?
Just make sure that, no, we won't take questions at this time. If council wants to, they can reach out afterwards. Thank you very much. Next up, I have Chief Randy Yermanskin, but his letter was read into record, and I'm not seeing him this morning either. Carrie Klontz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, council members, Mayor Tyler. My name is Kerry Klontz. I lived in Wetaskiwin from the age of 10 till I went to school in Edmonton. Then we moved back here in 2009. So I consider Wetaskiwin as my hometown and the place where I did most of my dastardly deeds growing up. And so I'm familiar with some of what used to be on the street, and I'm getting familiar with what is now, which is quite different. I've been working for Hope Mission since August. First started in the Edmonton shelter, and I witnessed the amazing services that they provide to over 700 people a day. And that's just in Edmonton. And the great assistance they provide to emergency services, 24-hour rescue vans that go out, and working along with the police and the medical care people. And then in Wetaskiwin, since the shelter opened, I've been part of Hope Mission's team here. And again, we've tried to improve as we go. We've tried to increase services. Just this week, we started our own van, which will, hopefully as we have more staff, be able to do more. But right now, we can go and pick somebody up that needs to come to the shelter or go to the hospital and can't make it on their own, which takes some of the pressure off of emergency services here in Wetaskiwin. And two recent examples, I'll just mention, there was a young lady who was discharged from the hospital about 3 days ago with no shoes. No warm clothes. I mean, she went in for, she went in for medical reasons, and you know, other than she had no place to go, when she was let out, she was brought to the shelter, and just think about that. If that was you or your child, they may have not survived that night. It was very cold. Yesterday, and this wasn't the first time, but another gentleman was brought in by the RCMP who was very drunk. He couldn't even walk without assistance. And we put a mat down for him, brought him over. Made him comfortable, let him sleep. And, you know, when we always have sandwiches available most of the time, and then one hot meal a day, which is provided. So there's food, we get donations of clothing, and, you know, people sometimes come even with no shoes or a coat, and they're hungry, so we provide these services. And as I said, it takes a lot of pressure, I believe, off of the police and the paramedics, but you can't really you can't really put a cost, a dollar value on a life. And I know we've saved lives. I was there within the last 2 weeks when we revived a young lady that was overdosing. And for, I think it was close to 4 minutes that she wasn't breathing. So I'm amazed that she's alive and functioning what appears to be normally. And so if it would have been left up to the paramedics, she probably wouldn't have made it. So those are my first-hand experiences. And growing up in this community, I saw when there was the tent city over by the hospital where I live, and community members were not too happy, and other situations that Community members were not very happy, but I believe that the current location is, in my opinion, it's the best location possible, and the people that are running it are the most experienced and best prepared people to run the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. James? I'm sorry, James, I didn't get your last name.
Litzenberger. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council, those of you in attendance. My name is James Litzenberger. I'm from here. I went to schools here. I graduated high school here. I got a job here. I worked here. I also became homeless here. I ran into addiction problems. I'm currently a recovering alcoholic and drug addict, and I live in Edmonton right now at the Hope Mission there. I am a participant in the Breakout Men's Recovery Program, which is a year-long faith-based program, and the name pretty much says it all, a recovery program. I'm here today to speak to my experience in that program and how Hope Mission has helped me. What they do there, it's not just a homeless shelter. They give us courses, they expect things from us. We're not just there passing time. We don't have idle time. We take courses, they give us counseling. We're required to go to 3 recovery meetings a week, and that is essentially an AA or an NA meeting all rolled into one. I'm part of an outside cleanup crew where we go and we have about a 3-block radius that we pick up garbage around the city of Edmonton all day. 3 times a day we go out. They treat us like men. They teach us how to be better men. They're going to be teaching us life management skills. They're going to teach us how to be smarter with our money, teach us how to deal with our grief, our anger, and help us deal with our addiction. It's not just a homeless shelter. They're teaching us how to be productive members of society again. And there's not a doubt in my mind that that building has saved my life. And I genuinely feel that this city could benefit from that, not just this city, but the surrounding region. That one letter that the lady read from Camrose. When I was in the hub, there were more people from Camrose. There was just as many men from Camrose there as there were from here. And in the building I'm in Edmonton, there's quite a few people from Wetaskiwin there, and in the shelter there, and in the surrounding area. And if it weren't for somebody actually taking me there, I wouldn't have been able to get their help because I don't drive. So, if there's a building here and there's somewhere to go here, that means people can get help because many of them do want help. They do want to get better. It's just the resources are not here and they're trapped. And I genuinely feel that this building would save lives and it would be to the betterment of the entire community and the outlying area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there anyone else wishing to speak today? Go ahead. Just come up to the mic there and just state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Alderman. Yes, I want hope for everybody too.
Sorry, what was your name?
Pardon me?
Just state your name for the record, please. Your name?
Oh, it's Donna Stone.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I want hope for everyone too, as I should know myself. But I'm going to be the black sheep here. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But Wetaskiwin is a town of seniors, and we're not even a population of 12,000 people. Is this the right city for the facilities? I know we need a facility somewhere, but is this the right place to put it? Hope Mission wants us to donate 3 acres of land. Okay, I kind of figured it out myself. 1 acre of land, you could probably divide that into 5 lots, and it's swampy land, so you wouldn't get the big bucks for it. You might get $50,000 a lot, So an acre, that would be $250,000. 3 acres, that would be $750,000. Wetaskiwin is broke. I know for a fact. It is broke. We have no money. The mayor and council are not listening to the taxpayers. They say, the only time they listen is when they say no higher taxes. We need those taxes. If we want to have Hope Mission here, it's going to cost us more for our hospitals, ambulance, police services. One day, it was watched there. The police had to go there 3 times in one day. And we're doing without so many things in here in Wetaskiwin. We have no recycling. Now you're going to take the handy van away from us. In 2022, Wetaskiwin, on a scale of 0 to 8 for a violent city, was up to 8. I know we've all seen last year what was on our streets, and it's okay now because they've got a place to go in the wintertime. But homeless people do not want to be caged up. In the summer, we'll see them again in the same places, on the same streets, and you guys all know what I'm talking about, where you have seen them too. Like I say, we are broke, like 16% inflation, 5% tax increases. There you listen to the taxpayers. Like, we are broke. How does Hope Mission think that we're going to be able to, if we are going to afford to put in any of the utilities or do anything there? I don't know. I don't have enough information. I don't know what the city is all going to do for Hope Mission and where the money is going to come from. Is there more services going to be cut? And I'll just give you an example of Wetaskiwin. We live over on the east side of town, in the older part of town. Okay, we had homeless living in our front yard 3 times. The peace officer had to come and take their stuff and carry them away. Okay. And the same week, we had a drug bust in our backyard. Now, if the homeless are still going to be roaming around, you can't pen them up. And the summer comes, they are going to be on our streets again. And me, for one, I'm terrified. Because I've seen it happen. My front yard, my backyard. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
Thanks, Donna. Oh, yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak? Just say your name for the record and make sure you're speaking right into the mic, please.
Craig McEnroe, Ermiskin Council Member, former Chief of Ermiskin. I'd like to make a few comments to the Mayor and council members that are here and the City of Wetaskiwin members that are here. You know, this Hope Mission, we are in support of it because we know that it's going to benefit our members, especially the ones that are living out in the streets that are homeless. And with them providing these programs, I think that's going to address a lot of these issues that are happening right now. And, you know, it's going to take a bit of time, but, you know, it's we need to help the members that are out there because they have their own problems, their own issues. And with Hope Mission here, I think that they'll it's a start, you know, and myself too, I have some relations that are too on the streets of Wetaskiwin, and they need help too. So Mayor, it's, I'm thankful that the city is considering this rezoning and, for Hope Mission, and, we work together, things will happen. We just need to make sure that we're there for the homeless, because, they're the ones that need the help, and we should be there to help them, because it's, like previous speakers said, we're not there to provide the supports, and they'll go down, and, suicides and other issues come up to play. So, again, I'd just like to thank the city for talking to Hope Mission, and hopefully, we'll get this passed and move forward and work together in a good way, because, it's, I hear the complaints, I hear what members say, and, but you know what, we just have to work together, and, things will get done. And as we move forward, because we have our members that are living here, but, it's, we're not moving, we're not moving away, so we need to work together. And, and I think we can do that. So with that, again, Mayor, thank you for having me here today, council members, and, with this Hope Mission being considered, I think it's a good start. Okay.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Patrick Ryan. I'm opposed to this facility. I think that, to be honest, it's premature to be discussing rezoning. It's almost like there's a presupposition that the facility is being built. Let's rezone, and then it'll be, oh, well, we've already rezoned, we may as well put up the facility. I agree that homelessness is a major problem. I don't think it's a problem of the level that is being presented, here today, and just, colloquially. Hope Mission's own statistics bear out that the usership of this facility is quite low. Between October and February of this year, approximately 315 unique individuals. Of those, 73% are fewer than 15 days there. Where have these folks been for the other 60 days? That would seem to imply to me that perhaps not all these folks are as homeless as we're being led to believe. You take a look at the intersection at, I believe it's 37A, 36A, and where the Pizza Hut and the Canadian Tire is. And rain or shine, there's always a contingent of openly drinking, openly drug using, vandalizing individuals camped out at the gas station, camped out at Canadian Tire. The last 2 times I've been to Canadian Tire, I've watched as the store staff pursued apparently homeless individuals stealing things and running out across the road. Now this city, we're in decline. Our population is shrinking. We've got empty storefronts all over Main Street. It's not going to get any better. When I drive into town as a potential investor and see a bunch of drunk guys sitting on the curb, go into one of the local businesses and am greeted by store staff chasing someone who's just stolen something out. Hope Mission, noble cause, noble ambitions. You offer the help, but the thing is, it's not being used. Of those 315 individuals, a total of 6 have been referred to treatment programs. That's referrals. No information has been made available as far as how many of those 6 individuals actually showed up, and of those who showed up, how many actually have been successful. It's one thing to offer help, it's another thing to enforce it. And really, short of mandating, welcome to the facility, you must dry out, all you're doing is you're giving someone some place to warm up for the next day's crime spree. It's an incredibly unpopular opinion. I'm sure I sound like a bigot on some level. I assure you I'm not. I'm a lovely guy. But it's, I mean, this is a public perception is, you know, I mean, nobody wants to say it out loud because it's an unpopular sounding thing, but it's not a problem with homelessness. This facility at this point is a glorified flophouse. The statistics bear out that people are literally using it for 3 hots and a cot. Now that I'm rested up and fed, I'm going to go off into the community. As this young lady commented earlier, as the weather warms up, we're going to see the crime radiating outwards again. Every morning I wake up and see the same guy ride by on a bicycle and come back with a dubious armful of things on his return trip. You know, at the past failed homeless facilities, we've had bicycle chop shops pop up. And I mean, it's just in our face, obvious crime tied to the individuals using the facilities. And it seems that everyone's impotent or, you know, just scared to death to do anything about it. So, do we need to build it? Again, 316 users in 3 months, 73% of them are under 2 weeks. That says to me that they're not necessarily homeless. They've got somewhere to be. They're treating it as a place to crash after they've had a good time in town. So, I mean, identify the source of, you know, of the thing. We need comprehensive data of, are these people actually residents or are these people who are coming to town? Moreover, if we build a facility and we say, hey, we've got lots of beds, oh, you know what, we got some people out in Camrose, let's throw them on a bus to Wetaskiwin. Oh, we got people in Miller, let's send them into Wetaskiwin. You know, short of making a lockdown facility, people with drug-seeking or addiction-related issues, there is a correlation to theft, property crime, violence, things like that. So do we really want to build a facility that's going to encourage us to truck in extra problems to the community? You know, it just seems like we're shooting ourselves in the foot to feel good as human beings. You know, I feel great that I'm helping people, but oh, geez, there goes my stuff down the road. You know, facility doesn't make sense to me for Wetaskiwin. I don't think, you know, from a funding standpoint, I'm not entirely clear if the facility goes forward, how it's going to be funded. It's my understanding it would be some sort of combination of federal and provincial grants. But whatever that initial funding is, if it falls through and the facility's sitting there on city-owned land, guess who's got to pay for it? Me as a member of the city. Nobody likes to pay taxes. I'd love to get out of paying taxes. I know that's not an option. The next plan is let's mitigate it increasing. I don't want to put up a 100, 200, 300 bed facility that for 50 legitimate people in need and then say, well, I guess your taxes are going up because the government backed out or this private funder backed out or whatever. So seriously reconsider putting up this facility, do some in-depth analysis of whether or not it's actually needed. You know, want and need are 2 very different creatures. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to say good morning to everyone.
Morning.
My name is Wayne Munoz. I'm a Louisville Tribal Council member and a very concerned citizen. You know, I feel for the city of Wetaskiwin, but I also feel for my people. You know, homelessness or shortage of homes is a major issue in Louisville. And I could probably say that for all First Nations in Canada, where we at today, we're about 200 units, if not more, short to shelter our people. And, you know, but there's another underlying issue that we're perhaps overlooking here. There's, you know, for a small town, for a small city, I think per capita, we have the most liquor stores in Wetaskiwin. And that's part of the problem. And the other issue is drug abuse. And those are the underlying issues we need to tackle. But Wetaskiwin has really benefited, their economy has benefited from Muscat cheese. And I can say that. That's a proven fact. I just want to ask people of Wetaskiwin, do what's prudent. And may God bless each of you. That's it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Nigan na naskmak se mantok takiska migoya. Ego mina. Kinanaskom now etawista woye komota kape piksko anista. So first of all, I want to thank the Creator, and I also want to thank you for giving me space to come and speak here. And I purposely used my language because that's my first language. So first of all,
Just state your name for the record.
oh, sorry. My name is Holly Johnson. I am a Samson Cree Nation Council member, and my portfolio is also the social development and community wellness for my community. So first of all, I think, sometimes I don't even know where to start. I have so much I want to say, but I know I'm probably just giving little space here to say a little bit. As my colleague alluded to with the Louis Bull tribe, there's a lot of issues that we have in our community. And then I heard the gentleman talking before I walked in about rethinking the facility. And I think for me, one of the issues I wanted to bring forward is the minimal, if any, collaboration with the Four Nations. I don't know if there was any. I know we also have an MCTC, which is the Musqueam Cree Tribal Council, and I don't know what their involvement was. But for us at Samson Cree Nation, we do have programs and services that we offer to our people. And I know for the most part, the majority of the people that are using the facility of Hope Mission is our people. We have, like what Mr. Monias mentioned, we have many other issues that we want to address, and homelessness is definitely one of them. And also the fact that, we continuously advocate for our people for adequate funding for addressing housing within our community. And the other thing is addictions. Addictions has just increased tremendously in the last 3 years. As you all are well aware, it's because of COVID, the mental health issues, and then it's just skyrocketed. And our outreach program, we do have an outreach program, and I do recall one of the staff one day were told they weren't even allowed to come near the facility that exists today. And I thought, well, that's not good. I said, I think that they should be working with us because those are our people. And so, our goal as First Nations is not about money. It's not about greed. It's not about power. It's not about authority. Our goal is we're compassionate. And we've been disrupted, and I'm not going to go into the IRS stuff, the Indian residential school stuff. Our family systems have been disrupted greatly. And so we're trying to fix all that. And so we're looking at compassion, love, and sharing with each other, and coming back to listening and being the matriarch society that we once were, and giving that space to the matriarch. And I think that's really something that, that sometimes, a lot of times it's overlooked. And I would like to, at this time, also recommend that maybe that some time needs to be taken rather than just jumping into building a facility and looking at our surroundings to see how can we help and how can we help you to help our people so that we can work collaboratively. We have to find that little ethical space where we have the Western mindset, the indigenous mindset, and that when them circles meet, what's that little ethical space that we have to work with? And I think we should respect that for each other. And so I want to ask that that this shelter be given some thought. But one of the things that we've been advocating in our community is addiction center. We're looking at detox. We have systems, we have small systems within our society, within our community, where we have like a 12-unit trailer that's offering some shelter, but we also have some guidelines there. But their preference, our people's preference, is to come to Wetaskiwin because of the accessibility of whatever. I'm not going to go there, but and then we also have a stepping stone where we have a program that they take within our program for 28 days, and then within that 28 days they can make a decision, because we now have a partnership with an addiction center, and so we have some stepping stones that we have set up for them, but it would be so nice if we could have an addiction center within our community or within access for our community. And I think, like I said, I would just like to ask Wetaskiwin to reconsider, or not reconsider, maybe just, let's work together. And also, the other thing that I wanted to bring forth is, one of the things that I was asked to mention, and I don't have the facts, but I was asked to mention, is if that they are using our numbers, then definitely, that's something, it may affect our way and our funding and our processes for Samson Cree Nation in moving forward, as our numbers may have been used in this process, which in essence will have an effect on our developments. So with that, I want to thank you all for listening. Hi.
Holly, I'm sure you know that, excuse me, over the last 4 years, I've been consulting with the Four Nations, especially with Chief Saddleback, in working with and in collaboration with the Four Nations. So they've definitely been a part of the process, or at least are invited. There was a treatment facility proposed for Samson as well that didn't come to fruition. So there has been an ongoing conversation with the Four Nations, especially with Chief Saddleback, in terms of what we're doing in the city of Wetaskiwin to make sure that those who are experiencing homelessness in Wetaskiwin have the amenities and the supports that are required here, right? So I can't speak to what is or isn't happening within the Four Nations, but know that we have been in constant communication with the Four Nations since we started this endeavor in 2019.
So the addiction center was not to our benefit, it was to benefit somebody else.
Sure, but
so that was why we didn't want to access it, because we thought, well, if we're going to access that, if we're going to get an addiction center, we would like to have some control.
Sure.
And so that was the issue there.
Yeah.
It wasn't that we just said no.
okay. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead, Deacon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Deacon Leo Farley. I'm with Sacred Heart Church here in Wetaskiwin, and also Our Lady of Seven Sorrows in Maskwacis. I've had a lot of encounters with the First Nations and also white people as well with addictions. Myself, I've been involved in AA for over 30 years. And anyways, even hosted, AA programs right here in our church. The biggest problem that when I talk about addiction is a loss of hope. The opposite of hope is despair. And when I look at the people that I've dealt with and talked to, and believe me, I've had a lot of encounters with so-called hopeless people, and some of them are really homeless rather, and some of them, like you said, this fellow over here, you do have homes, and they're just lost. The biggest problem that I see is that we have a big, huge unemployment situation, in Massachusetts. I mean, these are not my statistics. One of their members had mentioned, like 80% are unemployed. So what are you going to do? What do you do with your time if you're not working and feeling that you're contributing to society? And so anyways, I think we need to go to the root problem and really start working in that area, and give these people hope, something that they can do. They're very creative. I've seen so much beautiful art and things that they've done, and it just amazes me, the beauty that they can bring forth. When we always look at the problem, I think we have to start looking at the solution. Yeah, hope is, mission, I think, is the beginning of a solution, even though maybe some people are against it, but the point is they have to have somewhere where they can have hope. And that's what I think hope, when you look at the name of Hope Mission, is to give people hope, and maybe they can help others. Because in my involvement with AA, I've seen some pretty hardened guys who were called hopeless, and through the 12-step program have recovered. But they turn around and help others as well. So as a part of the clergy, the thing that comes to my mind is whatever you do to the least of my children, that you do unto me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deacon. Anyone else wishing to speak? Go ahead.
My name's Laurel Stevens. I grew up here, was born in Wetaskiwin. I grew up here, lived a bunch of other places and came back. And I'm now involved with Louisville Church out on the reserve. I have friends out there. And I hear what you're saying. I've seen quite a bit. Just to let you know, there are 5 men right now that are up in the 1-year program in Edmonton. And they're there, and they've been there for, so they're sticking with it, which is not very easy, and they're coming through. And there's also a women's program, and there's 2 women up there who've been there for 2 weeks now, about that. So there are things that are happening, and they're really, really good things. I just want to, let's see the good things that are happening now. I understand the problems, like I've seen them. I've been here, I live here. So I've seen a lot of problems, but I also have some good friends who are First Nations. The Louisville Church is awesome. It's reaching quite a few people. It's providing food and a bunch of things out there. So there are some good things happening. And I just really appreciate the First Nations people. And I hope that we can get things a lot better together. Really help your people who are in addictions to get out of addictions, and work together.
Thanks very much.
Hi, everybody. Mike Lake. I'm the Member of Parliament here. Thanks for including me in having the opportunity to come out here. Just one observation I noticed, for the couple of people that have come and spoke, not black sheeps, just speaking, what you believe. I don't necessarily agree with you, but at the same time, it does, we're going to be further along when people aren't afraid to come up and say what they need to say and make sure that we're having a respectful conversation about these things. The issues that get brought up are issues that I hear all the time at my roundtables. What we're talking about today is hopefully reducing negative outcomes and increasing positive outcomes, right? And when we take a look at the negative outcomes that we've talked about today, and they're fairly common in terms of my roundtables, things that I hear when I'm talking to people, not just from out here, but everywhere. You know, our health system's tapped. You know, our justice system is tapped right now. There were concerns brought up about property values a little bit here and decreasing population, of course. When you're taking a look at negative outcomes that we're talking about today, we've got to think about addictions and overdose deaths and just declining mental health generally, and the pollution that we see as a result of the drug use and some of the things around. And when I'm listening to the solution now, I've known Bruce Reith at Hope Mission for a better part of 30 years, and I've been very familiar with the work Hope Mission's done. I've known Kelly since before I was elected, back in a previous life for him and when I was working at the Oilers. But you know, these are folks that know what they're doing, and what they're doing is evidence-based and really has a positive impact on people's lives. And if we take a look at those positive outcomes that we're looking for, they're really just the reverse of the negative outcomes. And I would argue, Patrick, when you bring up 315 people, that's a significant number of people, actually. If you were to sit on a police briefing, for example, in this community or any community, they would talk about the very, very small number of people that commit the vast majority of crimes. So you're dealing with, you know, sometimes having an impact on small people and dealing with vulnerabilities, you know, it can be very preventative in the long run. If you take a look at, if you talk to any health professional, I've been on the health committee for the last little while, the impact on the health system, a lot of the cost is driven by, again, a small number of people. And if we can tackle some of the, you know, the most prolific is the wrong word, but users of the healthcare system, the people that are using the healthcare system the most, if we can tackle some of those issues that don't actually require an emergency room visit or a hospital visit, that can do wonders to freeing up space for everybody else that needs a healthcare system. And very encouraged to receive an email this week talking about the van and the workers that would be traveling around the city of Wetaskiwin to meet people where they're at and perhaps point them in the right direction, get them the help that they need that doesn't necessarily require them to go to a hospital, or hopefully not tap your already tapped police force out here from having to deal with things that aren't necessarily related to policing, but need to be dealt with, conversations that need to be had. And if the folks that are trained in that from Hope Mission can do that, instead of your police officers here, that frees up your policing to do other things that are really important and that have been talked about in this room and that I hear about in my roundtables all the time. I think this is a real opportunity, quite honestly, and talked to Tyler and council members over years here about how we can help out with some of the challenges. In fact, we were able to secure some federal funding in the last couple of years, and I'm pretty certain that once we have a sort of substantial, stable initiative happening on the ground here, it'll be easier to attract some more federal funding from other places. I'm glad to help in any way that I possibly can, but I'm convinced that this is a real opportunity for us to take what's been a real negative story over many years and very complicated for a whole range of complicated reasons. And we have an opportunity to flip the script, and Wetaskiwin could be a success story that's shared across the country if we do this right. This is a real opportunity for us. I look forward in any way I can to being a part of where that goes. So thank you.
Thanks very much. And I'd like to acknowledge the work and thank Mike Lake for the initial introduction was with Bruce Reith for me and Hope Mission about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, where I had the opportunity to go and tour their new center in Edmonton. And that was where the conversation started with Hope Mission and bringing them on as a partnering agency for the city of Wetaskiwin. And that was all due to Mike making that initial introduction. So thank you very much. And that's not even including all of the grants that Mike's been able to help our city as well while we work through the mental health and addictions supports that we need in our community. So thank you. Was there anyone else wishing to speak? We'll go a second time. Anyone else wishing to speak? Third and final, anyone else wishing to speak? I'd like to thank everyone here today for coming and sharing your stories, whether you're in support or you oppose the proposed shelter or the land use change. It's really important to get that feedback from the community, so I want to thank you for taking the time for being here this morning. We will discuss and debate this matter at the April 11th, 2023 regular council meeting. I declare this public hearing closed at 10:06 a.m. And you don't have to stay for the rest of the council meeting, but you're more than welcome to. Thank you very much. For the rest of council, we're going to take a 10-minute recess as well. We'll 10-minute break. Sorry. Welcome back to our regular council meeting. I would like to call our regular council meeting to order. Did we have anybody registered for open mic? No? Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Sorry, council meeting opened at 10:40. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we add an agenda item for rezoning, first reading at McLean's Meats?
We can. That will be (15B). Do you have other things we need to add? Closed session. Okay. And adding to our closed session, do you know what section it's under?
Which is the one that's protection of private information? I can't remember. 17?
Yeah. But if it's another item, then we have to still have it added to the agenda. Is there anything further? No. So those in favor of adding the rezoning of McLean's Meats as 15B, carried unanimously, and the addition to the closed session under section 17, those in favor? Carried unanimously, thank you. Looking for an approval of the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 5A, approval of the minutes. In the consent agenda. No, not in my agenda, it's not. Go ahead.
I move that City Council accepts the consent agenda as presented without debate. February 13, 2023 regular council meeting minutes and the 2022 year-end development permit statistics report as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9, switching to Committee of the Whole. Under delegations, we have CIBC. Okay. James, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning. Go ahead when you're ready.
Perfect. So, as I mentioned, my name's James Hobson, and I'm joined here this morning with my colleague, Chart Chahal. And together we manage the city's investment portfolio at CIBC Wood Gundy. The city of Wetaskiwin's been one of our longest-term clients for the last 38 years. So it's good to kind of get back in front of council. We're here this morning to provide you with an economic update. Now, obviously, unless you've been living under a rock, the world has changed pretty materially in the last year. Even in the last day, we've seen some developments that are shaking up the markets. So our goal here this morning, just kind of give you an overview of what's happening from a high-level macro perspective so that it can kind of help guide your decisions going forward. So I want to make sure everybody can see the presentation here.
We can, yeah.
Perfect. So, I'm sure all of you are aware that central banks around the world have been raising interest rates pretty aggressively since the start of 2022. And just to kind of graphically illustrate this isn't just a Canada phenomenon, it's not just a US phenomenon, it's happening across the globe. This shows you that more than 40 central banks around the world have increased interest rates by at least 0.75% at once since the start of last year. Now, to put that in context, a typical rate hike would be 0.25%, but 40 central banks have increased rates by 75 basis points at a time. Now, Bank of Canada took interest rates here in our country from 0.25 all the way up to 4.5% today. So that is a massive 425 basis point increase in the overnight rate, which is obviously affecting the bond market, what we do with the investments, and your lending costs as a city. So what did that do to bond yields and lending rates? So this impacts our investment returns as well as the rates that you can borrow at. So yields, this shows you the 10-year yield on a 10-year treasury. Yields have jumped more last year than any full year on record dating back to 1962. So it has important ramifications for the investment portfolio. Specifically, what this will do for us is we can now reinvest maturities and cash flows at much higher interest rates. To put it in context, a year ago, if we got 2.5% on an investment, we were patting ourselves on the back. Today, we can get between 5 and 7% on fully MGA compliant principal guaranteed investments. So the bottom line here is over the coming years, you should see that bottom line investment revenue number increase quite materially. It's going to take a bit of time to kind of come to fruition, but this is good news for the investment returns. On the flip side of the coin, your borrowing rates are currently quite high. However, we're going to show you our forecast as to where we see things going over the next year or two. So, weren't we supposed to be in a recession already? This shows you the U.S., this is down in the U.S. because they have better recession probability models. This shows you that as of August last year, the probability of recession was about as high as it's been on record. So it's been a very widely anticipated recession, and obviously due to central banks hiking interest rates aggressively in an attempt to stem what has been extremely high inflation, peaking around 8% last year, which is a 40-year high for inflation. So that's why they're hiking interest rates so aggressively. And the caution here is that if you raise rates so fast, you can push us into recession. So why weren't we supposed to see one already? Here's what's happened in terms of growth expectations. So this shows you that the consensus economic, from all the economists that Bloomberg surveys, this shows you the consensus for U.S. GDP growth this year. And as you can see, for the last couple of years, the projections for U.S. growth have just been coming down, down, down to near zero. So that's where that fear of recession kind of started to come in. Now, what we've seen since the start of 2023 is those growth estimates actually start to tick up again. So the market's starting to think that what's called a soft landing, where you've raised rates just enough to keep us out of recession and slow growth, slow inflation, might actually be possible. But the thing here is that there's always, whenever you raise interest rates, there's a delay between the raise of interest rates and what it does to consumer spending. And it looks like this time around, the lag between rate hikes and consumer spending might be longer than it typically would be. Part of that being on the right there, it shows you our credit balances in the US and Canada. In Canada, our debt balances are still well below the pre-pandemic trend, which means basically Canadian consumers have more room to borrow money than they would have pre-recession. So Canadians do have, on the left there, excess bank deposits. This was brought about during the COVID crisis. The stimulus checks that were doled out, a lot of Canadians saved those checks. They couldn't go out and spend money on travel or restaurants. So Canadians did save a lot of disposable income. The problem here is if you adjust that for inflation, which is the dotted line, there's less dry powder, so to speak, than what it might appear from a nominal basis. So all this is to say the rate hikes are starting to have an effect. It's just taken longer than what it typically would have in the past. So on the inflation front, what's happening? We work with 73 municipalities, mostly in Alberta. This has been a major concern, obviously, over the past year and a half. The good news is inflation has already eased. It's just not showing up in the year-over-year rate yet. So on the left of that dotted bar there, that's what's actually happened. You can see inflation peaking around 8% in the middle of last year. And we have seen it start to come down quite materially. Still elevated relative to the central bank's target inflation rate of 2%, but it is trending in the right direction. The problem here is that the bill has already been paid. Recall that inflation is just the rate of change. So if we've already increased prices by 8%, just because inflation's coming down doesn't mean the cost of living, cost of everything isn't still going up. It's just going up at a slower rate. So this is welcome news for municipalities, but it has caused a lot of us to rethink kind of where our tax rates are, so that we can keep up the services that we need to fund services for our residents. So that's where we are now. Where do we see things coming? And it's good to know that we can be right some of the time. And it shows you that there's a lot of data here. There's only two lines that are important. The top one is the Bank of Canada overnight rate. I mentioned it's already at 4.5%. What's interesting here is the market is pricing in the Bank of Canada actually having to cut interest rates over the next year and a half. So we see that overnight rate coming from 4.5% today all the way down to 3% in 2024 at the end of next year. The other line that's important to us is that 10-year Government of Canada bond. Again, we see the rate going from where it is today all the way down to 2.5%. So this has important ramifications for what we're doing on the investments. Not to get too technical, but when rates go down, we can crystallize excess returns for the municipality, which again is welcome news for us in our world. And it also shows that if you're planning on taking out debt, now might not be the best time to do it if we foresee rates coming down over the coming year and a half. Now, in terms of growth, not surprisingly, when you raise rates so aggressively, you do cause consumer demand to fall. Now, 2023, the forecast for Canada as a whole is around 0.9%. The good news here in Alberta is we're a little bit of a microclimate, so to speak, where we should outperform the rest of the country in terms of growth. We have Alberta growing at 2.2% real GDP this year, and then similar growth rate next year. But the thing here is that we are about as close to a recession in Canada as you can possibly be. The definition would be 2 negative quarters of real GDP growth. And we're going to see, as I'll show you, I think it's on the next slide chart. This shows you the quarter by quarter GDP growth numbers. And as you can see, further down this year, we see numbers of 0.9 one quarter, negative 0.6 the next quarter, a positive the next quarter, then a negative the next quarter. So our economics team a while ago printed a report called Coin Toss, which we gave them a hard time about because we said, look, we need a forecast, not just a coin toss. But that really is where we are today, is we're kind of sitting on a knife edge between these rate hikes and whether or not we can bring down inflation without stemming growth. The other key points on this slide here are the CPI inflation numbers. Right now, 7.2%. We do see that coming all the way back down to 2%, which is the Bank of Canada's target by the end of 2024. So that means, again, adds that argument that by the end of next year, we could actually see the Bank of Canada have already cut interest rates because inflation has come back down to earth. In terms of unemployment in Canada, not too much to report here. Fairly stable unemployment numbers, but would tick up a little bit this year, just given that rate hikes typically put a damper on employment.
Awesome, thanks, James. So James kind of touched a little bit on the macro view. What I kind of want to kind of touch base on now is, what are some of the key themes that economists around the world are kind of focusing on that are going to affect that growth forecast going forward? This is very important because as central bankers, as James said, raise those rates to basically stem inflation, it's going to have an impact on growth. So there's three key themes that the economists are looking at. The first is the labor supply, so having a very tight labor market. The second one is the whole world shifting from a just-in-time to a just-in-case inventory, where we had tight capacity, making it very difficult to catch up. And the third one, globalization versus deglobalization, and I'll get into all these into detail. So the first one being the labor supply. Right now we have a very tight labor market, and what that essentially means is labor, the demand for labor is outstripping the supply for labor. It's very easy to look at that and say, okay, that's either because demand has gone up to offset some of that labor supply. That's not generally the case. A very weird thing has happened, and it's primarily due to COVID. We saw two trends that affected the labor supply aspect of that coin in terms of that equation. The first one is retirements. So we actually saw labor supply decrease because of retirements. March of 2020, anybody that was close to that retirement age or were thinking about retiring, you basically accelerated retirements. So you had a large portion of the labor pool basically disappear. And the other one is long COVID and the impact of COVID going forward. So long COVID essentially just meaning on this side, we've seen two impacts. Long COVID, the first one would be where pre-COVID you have a little bit of a mild cough, you'd still come in. Now you have a mild cough, you stay home. If your kid has a mild cough, he gets sent home from school, causing you to stay home from school because you have to try and find childcare. So there's been a large kind of decrease to the labor supply that the market's trying to offset, and it hasn't fully essentially offset yet. The other key trend to kind of take a look at is when you see a tight labor market, you assume wage inflation is going to go very high, which in theory it's supposed to go very high, but there's kind of been an impasse in the market right now where you have majority of the businesses out there forecasting recessions and a significant amount of recessions coming down Canada or the US. And so there's a very high reluctance to pay these higher wages if they know, and increased costs if they know there's a recession coming. And on the other side of it, from the actual individuals entering the labor market, what COVID essentially did was if you were a participant in the labor market, you essentially went back to school, retooled yourself, got re-educated. So we had a low wage exit and a high wage entering into the market. The majority of the jobs being created are these university degrees, these higher wage earning jobs, but there's still a reluctance on the other side. So there's a little bit of an impasse going forward. That's keeping the labor market pretty tight. So that's from a labor supply perspective. It's going to impact growth, the growth forecast going forward in both Canada and the US. The second thing is that we want to touch base on is a massive shift from a just-in-time inventory system to a just-in-case inventory system. What I mean by that is pre-2020, everybody essentially prided themselves on Six Sigma supply chains, basically meaning let's keep as little inventory on hand, let's keep as many efficiencies as possible, reduce our costs, increase our profitability. That's all well and good when supply chains are running really good, but when supply chains have hiccups, as you can kind of see on this slide here, the impact of the first COVID lockdowns on Chinese export volumes drawing down 7%, and the second one even further in terms of a 12% drawdown. When you have things like that happen, it creates a massive supply chain disruption, and it's very, very hard for the supply chain index to kind of catch up. So what businesses have essentially shifted towards is, rather than going just in time, they're moving to a just-in-case inventory system, which is going to put downward pressure on the growth forecast as well. The good news for the supply chain index is supply chain pressures are easing, and they have eased. It takes time for that to dissipate into the market. We have supply chain pressures easing. We have shipping costs that are easing. Why this is very important, and specifically for inflation, inflation essentially comes from two sides, supply-driven inflation or demand-driven inflation. Obviously, COVID catalyst at the start was supply-driven inflation through supply chain bottlenecks. And now that that's starting to shake out through the data that we're seeing, we can kind of focus on demand-driven inflation. Why that's very important is I don't care how we talk about inflation, we can cut it into 15 different sectors, but at the end of the day, it remains a monetary policy issue. What I mean by that is if you increase interest rates to a very high period of time and you keep them there, at a certain point, you're going to make things very expensive and demand is going to drop off. So when inflation is being driven by demand, the central bankers can actually control it now. So that's why we've seen that inflation number go from like 8% down to 4% very quickly. That was the supply side. That 4% to 2% is going to be the one that they're going to focus on very hard and heavily. That's why they're not going to cut rates very soon. As soon as they see a 2%, they're going to want to see 2% inflation and maintain 2% inflation. They want to make sure they beat it dead. The other kind of pressure towards GDP growth going forward is this trend of deglobalization, like going from globalization to deglobalization. What that essentially means is diminished interdependence between countries around the world. I point to pre-COVID in terms of Trump tariff wars, and then also the long-term negative impact of trade in terms of deglobalization. So on the right-hand side, you can kind of see world trade in goods as a percentage of GDP is kind of slowly starting to trend down. That's not going to go anywhere. That trend continues. And you can kind of see that the value in terms of the value supply chain, that the impact of our imports here in Canada have shifted from a direct import to further down the value chain. So the opportunity cost of trade has kind of gone away, and you got this whole buy domestic thing that's kind of gone forward. So three impacts to growth that are going forward that are not necessarily to the positive: the tight labor supply, the shift to just-in-case inventories, and then the global trend of deglobalization. Now, with that's from a GDP perspective. I want to try and dissect this rising interest rate market for everybody. just to kind of give everybody a sense of the impact of what that's going to be on a lot of the economies. What you're looking at here is a chart for our partners down south of the border there. Housing affordability is now at the worst it's ever been since 1985. This is the average income needed to pay for an average home in the States. People are getting priced out of a home. This makes sense when you keep interest rates high and increase interest rates. Real estate is generally the first one to feel the pressure there. So the data points to what we're kind of logically and more intuitively pulling out. The more important piece for us and for economists out there is this chart here. If we were to model out and forecast the impact of every 1% in rising rates in the States, we can look at what the peak impact of that would be. And if we compare that with where the impact on output currently actually is, so we compare the forecast from economics to what the actual impact to output is, we can see that we've only felt the effects of 1% rate hike in the States. That's only 25% of where they've raised rates to. So lots of room to go in terms of feeling the pain, specifically on the U.S. side. That pain is going to shake out this year as people reset new elevated levels of debt. The big news this week, over the weekend, would have been the bank issues that we saw on the U.S. side of the border and the FDIC having to step in. So you're starting to see that shakeout kind of coming into this year. The other one from our side of the border, the largest hit from rate hikes is also to come in 2023. The Canada's a little bit more different. We're significantly more sensitive to interest rate hikes than our peers down south. We can't buy 30-year mortgages at fixed low-term rates. So on the left-hand side, you can kind of see what share of households is actually exposed to these high levels of interest rate, whether from line of credits or mortgage or credit cards. It's only about a quarter of the population. That's going to take time to shift in. It's not going to go all or nothing. But you can kind of see on the right-hand side there that the biggest increase to interest payments for Canadians is going to come this year and obviously tailing off as interest rates get cut going forward. The one piece that we think that the news needs to get better at educating consumers on is it's not going to, when interest rates do get cut in 2024, it's not going back to the dirt cheap 0.2 or 1% or mortgages at 2% numbers. It's going to be a normalization of interest rate decreases. So back to that 3-4% number where they like to see it. They don't want to create a stimulative GDP growth number as well. And just kind of, I touched base on this a little bit. Canadians are significantly more sensitive to rate hikes than our peers in the States. The first one I'd like to show is on the left-hand side there. Obviously, myself and James didn't have mortgages in 1987 and 1990. However, the nominal increase in interest rates at that time, a lot of consumers out there point to that and go, well, it's not as bad as it was in the 87 and 90. If we actually adjust that number to reflect the current debt service levels in Canada, you can see that the actual equivalent is less than what we've hiked rates. So in terms of pain, the pain of what they just did this last year is significantly more material than what happened in the previous rate hikes. That kind of shows us in terms of cumulative rate hike policy. On the right-hand side is the actual effect on consumer spending. The easiest math relative is to go every 1% you hike interest rates, you affect consumer spending by 2%. That is a very large number in Canada because consumer spending is a very large component of our GDP and growth going forward. So the effect is going to come this year. I know that the economists are going coin toss, but at this point it's just semantics and nomenclature. Like there's going to be a recession. It's just how bad is that recession going to be at this point. Our economy in Alberta, we're slightly more sensitive to higher interest rates. I'd like to say we're pretty much on par with all of our peers. Obviously, there's two of our peers that are going to fare worse in a rising interest rate market, BC and Ontario being the worst of that, as their biggest booms come from real estate markets. No, it doesn't take a lot to figure out that when you rise rates, those guys are going to feel the pain a lot more than us here in Alberta. Specifically to Alberta, however, from a commodities perspective, when we do raise interest rates and we do kill growth to try and growth forecasts kind of come off, yes, the price of commodities to offset that demand for growth, that decrease for growth is going to go down. You're going to have commodity prices kind of come down. However, there is an inherent support that is built into the price of commodities in Canada. Specifically in Canada, right now I think oil is sitting around $74 and change, natural gas around $2.70 and change this morning. There is that kind of natural support in terms of demand, even when we're trying to kill demand. The reason being is from this Russia-Ukraine crisis that we're kind of sitting in right now. Canada inherently competes for market share in terms of our commodities with Russia. So when you sanction a geophysical area that is Russia in terms of what commodities it can export, well, there's only so many other areas you're going to get it from. So what you're looking at here is basically a map, a mirror image of what Russia exports in the red versus what Canada exports. It's a mirror image. So you're going to have to get those resources from somewhere else, and inherently Canada is going to benefit in terms of our commodity resources, which just keeps a floor on the rate of change that our commodities are going to feel the pain going forward. So that's a lot of economics in a very short amount of time. We want to make sure leave you guys with questions. But just in summary, inflation has eased. It's already easing, and it's going to continue to do so. Getting down to 2%, getting down to 4% is an easy number. That's driven from supply. 4% to 2% is it's a trickier thing to do in terms of raising interest rates. Keeping it at 2% is what the central banker is going to want to see. So don't anticipate the first time you see a 2% inflation print for them to cut rates. They're going to want to see it beat there and stay there. They're nearly done with hikes. This slide used to say that they are done with hikes, but me and James are done predicting when central bankers are going to actually stop raising rates. But the most important piece is the market's already adjusted for it. The rate of change that we're seeing the market move in anticipation of rate hikes is crazy. We saw 10-year Treasury yields go from 3.5% on Monday last week to 3% last week to 2.75 this morning. So what that essentially means is markets move very fast and dissect information very fast. The impact of the portfolios are going to be maintaining the perfect liquidity and working capital allocations. You have the right amount invested, you have the right amount kept in cash, because when markets they move quickly, and the impact of keeping too much in cash is negatively affecting everybody, whether you're municipality or individual. So you want to make sure you maintain that right balance. So in traditional fashion with myself and James, a lot of economic data in a very short amount of time, but we want to make sure we leave time for questions for you guys as well.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council receives the presentation by CIBC Private Wealth Wood Gundy as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
I do have a question, and I'm not sure who will respond through the chair. With talking about the bond market and what happened with the Silicon Valley collapse, how do you see that affecting the Canadian markets, and do we need to worry about something similar happening here?
For sure. So I'll touch on it, James, if you want to expand as well. So one thing that's very important for Canadian bondholders, and specifically municipalities, it's MGA compliant investments, to remember is there's two things that have happened in the States, specifically to the SVP bank that you guys kind of saw on Friday. I'll talk specifically on that one, and then the larger macro trend that is the U.S. and the word contagion that's thrown around. That failure can basically be summed up in two words: poor risk management internally and regulatory issues in the States. They were too small of a bank at a size to be kind of associated with the higher regulatory contingencies on the larger banks in the U.S. So what this has done is the smaller regional banks in the U.S. are getting the predominant amount of contagion, and that's creating demand for capital to flow to the larger banks in the States. On the Canadian side of the coin, where that effect kind of comes in is short-term volatility. And by short-term volatility, we saw banks get sold off this morning quite materially. However, something is very interesting has happened. Canadian banks on the stock side have fallen off, but from their bonds got bought up at a rate we have never seen starting this morning. So yields are starting to come down in anticipation of people buying those banks, because Canadian banks are significantly more regulated in terms of our capital requirements than the U.S. The general statement that a lot of people like to say is if a Schedule I bank in Canada goes under, Canada as a whole has a lot bigger of an issue. If you actually dissect what that means, is there's a lot more regulatory contingencies that happen behind the scenes. That's why in 2008, no Canadian bank failed, whereas you had a lot of that in the States. It makes us very safe for the long term, and that's what makes them boring, but they're set up for these kind of situations. Hey, James, you want to add to that as well?
No, just to kind of reinforce that Canadian banks are some of the best capitalized banks in the world. We always say that, the safest thing or the riskiest thing a Canadian banker would do is like the most normal thing an American bank would do. They're much more aggressive in terms of their Tier 1 capital ratios. So all the Canadian banks get stress tested regularly, and banks like CIBC have Tier 1 capital ratios much higher than what's required in a stress test scenario. So The short answer is we're not concerned north of the border. The biggest change it had was, as Char mentioned this morning, we saw 10-year bonds go from 3% to 2.75. That's a massive shift in interest rates, and that's the market saying that, okay, Bank of Canada, you've raised rates so much, you're starting to, and the US Fed, you've raised rates so much that you're actually starting to put massive pressure on bank balance sheets. So this can't continue, and now the market is pricing in rate cuts sooner than what we normally would have expected. Great question.
Good. Anyone else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
Now we're into committee of the whole. Staff reports for information.
Good morning, Council. I noticed this morning when I printed off my package that the attachment to this report didn't print very nicely, so I asked Sue if she would kindly distribute those around the room as well. I provided a second attachment that wasn't a part of your report, and I think it'll be really important for the discussion here moving forward. It's just the same programs and sub-programs that are included in the service level inventory for enforcement services, but showing the estimated percentage of time that our bylaw enforcement staff spend on those programs, and those total up to 100%, but I'll get into that a little bit more. The purpose of this report today, Council, is to present our Enforcement Services Department service level inventory. You folks last saw this in December of last year, and it says it is actually not for Council's approval. What we're looking for today is Council's feedback to help us better understand what your expectations are for how bylaw enforcement delivers programs in the community. So essentially what we're looking for is, are we spending the right amount of time on these in the community, or do we need to spend more time doing those things or less time doing those things? And that really is why it is back in front of you, is to essentially get a little bit better of an understanding of what those expectations are by Council, and then to ensure that we can align our resources with enforcement services appropriately. As I noted back in December, the service level inventory that you have in front of you is a proactive management tool to help us ensure our programs delivered into the community do align with our existing staffing resources. The inventory has been organized by program, and for each of those programs, some of them have sub-programs, which have been identified to ensure that all aspects of program delivery are captured. For each sub-program, we have included program descriptions, a service standard, a service level, and we have an annual target that our enforcement services staff endeavor to deliver to the community. We did take feedback from the initial discussion on December 12th into account when we revised this piece. But reviewing that feedback, we identified that we probably needed a little bit more on how we're doing in regards to those targets and whether or not they need to be increased or decreased, given that we only have 100% of our staff capacity on the road to utilize. So what I'd like to do as part of this exercise is to go through each of the programs in the service level inventory, and I can, for Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Aberle, who aren't in chambers today, and they're with us virtually, just to speak a little bit about the estimated percentage of time that we're currently spending on those programs. And then what I'd like to do is just pause and identify whether or not Council expects more of that service, less of that service, or whether or not it's okay and you feel that it's meeting expectations. We will gather this feedback upon conclusion of this report and return with a final version of the service level inventory later in the year. And once this has been approved by Council, we do endeavor to report back on the levels of service and applicable targets identified within the inventory as regularly as Council would like. We haven't determined how frequent that would happen just yet. And if you have questions, I know that there was some questions, I think I saw a few questions over the weekend. If you have any of those as we're going through, feel free to stop us and we can try to answer as best as we can. CPO Sergeant Yager is not with us today, so I do feel like I am prepared to answer any questions you might have on this, this report. And with that, let's just get into it. So if you look into your service level inventory, the first program is called Public Safety and Community Wellbeing. And that has been split into two sub-programs. The first is Public Intoxication Enforcement. So the program description of this is to provide both safety to the community and to the individual experiencing intoxication. And we primarily deliver this service through response to public concerns in a prompt and timely manner. And I think this was a question on what does prompt and timely mean, and we've defined that as 10 to 15 minutes if an officer is available. And because we were asked that question over the weekend, we know that we can refine this a little bit more, and so in the second version of this, we will ensure that that 10 to 15 minutes is included in there instead of prompt and timely. Currently, our enforcement services team is spending about 6% of their overall time on the road delivering that service. Question for council is, do you feel like this is a service that you would like more of, you would like less of, or that you feel like our team is meeting the the demand of the community? And so maybe I'll just show of hands. Who do you feel that the service is meeting the expectations of the community on this program specifically? Do you feel that we are, that you would like us to provide more service in this area? And who feels like we would like to provide less service in this area?
Clear? You got a
I got nothing. No, that's okay. But it might be, I also understand, that's why we did circulate the estimated percentage of time where we do spend on these, because it gives you a sense as how the whole pie comes together, and we may have to go through this one by one and then circle back. I understand that.
And maybe a better understanding of the number of staff we have, the level of their officer ability in terms of, and I don't know, level 1 or level 2, whatever that happens to be, and their ability to do what they're doing, and maybe that helps council in the direction for what they should be doing. I know that some of the concerns that I have or that I've heard is the proactive piece to our CPOs. So they're driving past an unsightly property. Are they taking the initiative to go and address that, or are they waiting for public complaint? If they're waiting for public complaint, that's one thing. If they're taking that proactive approach, what is that process, and how do they then manage their time? Are they going by this schedule of, I need to spend, and I understand that I'm not being critical. Well, 10% of my time is supposed to be spent doing this. I've already done 4 calls of that, so I'm not dealing with that anymore. What I'm looking for is a department that is both taking complaints through either their dispatch or through interactions with the public, or them being proactive in addressing community bylaws, our community bylaw standards, and what they feel is appropriate for our community. And I'll offer examples. So leaving the detachment at any point during their shift, they drive past a property that hasn't been shoveled for whatever I don't know, 72 hours or 48 hours, what does it have to, 72 hours. So we haven't had a snowfall in 6 days, there's still snow on that sidewalk. Are they waiting for the public to make that complaint, or are they pulling up the civic address on that so that they can take that up with the property owner to deal with that? In the summertime, same thing. When grass is knee-high or weeds are knee-high or it's overgrown coming through the alley, are they taking the initiative to look after that, or are they waiting for somebody else who drives past and sees it, or a neighbor, to make that complaint? And so understanding that the fluctuation in what they're doing or what their day consists of, what can council do to better equip our officers to have a good-looking city, I guess, is the long and the short. And that is unsightly properties, dealing with public intoxications or public behaviors. How do we give them the tools that they need? Is that 10 more CPOs? Is that a clear direction from council on what we feel they should be spending their time on?
Great. Through the mayor, to the mayor, sorry. And that's exactly the intent of the exercise. And so I think as we're going through this, I'll ditch the whole, higher, lower, just right.
Yeah.
And let's focus on going through each of these programs line by line, and then just hearing from each of you folks on what you would like to see, and we can get this feedback, and then this is what we'll take that feedback into account, and then bring that back for something that must be approved by council. And so there are elements of proactive versus reactive throughout this whole inventory, and I'll speak specifically to the program description and then the annual target and service level, because it gives you a sense of how the work's currently being done today. Just taking one step backwards, this inventory today reflects our existing bylaw services team. So today we have 2 CPO1s and 1 bylaw officer on staff. One of those CPO1s is also doing a lot of administrative work because he's the supervisor, and there's a lot of management pieces required to that. And so for public intoxication and enforcement, typically we're responding to these public concerns in a prompt and timely manner. That's the 10 to 15 minutes if an officer is available. And they also do 350 community patrols a year. So maybe can we start on one end of the room and then kind of go around, or do you just want to identify if you have concern or comment, and then we can just take that away as notes?
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Councillor Blatz.
We're starting with public intox.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess my issue is that it's hard to tell, because it's like, it's an issue in our community, but do I know if the peace officers aren't doing enough? I don't think so. I think that they're doing a great job with what they're doing, but unless they're just going to be standing there looking for it at all times, I can't really say if there needs to be more or less. I think 350 community patrols is a lot, so I think that it's just right. If they feel like it's becoming a worse issue, then I feel like that's when they can change what they want for that. It's hard for me to tell if I'm not sitting there watching what they're doing all the time. So I guess I'm having some trouble with this exercise all around just because of that.
And through the mayor to Councillor Blatz, I understand it's even trying to determine how we would facilitate something like this. It's a bit, it's hard to know how it's going to go until we're in the moment. Just getting the feedback, if you have any feedback from the community members or anything like that, you could help us adjust our service level. I assume when my staff are out on the road, they're being productive as much as possible. That isn't always the case, and it becomes a performance management issue. But for the exercise, I think assuming that they are doing what we say they're going to be doing would be a good assumption.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the PUL, just a question prior to that. Is there not a clerk or a staff person available in that department as well?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, yes, there is one administrative clerk in the department, but that individual does not do patrols. They don't leave the detachment.
Agreed. But could they not take something off the plate of the senior staff officer who's doing all the clerical work that you said they're spending a lot of time? To me, we need people on the street as opposed to in an office. So if there's somebody there, a staff member available, could they not be taking some of that off the plate?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, they do quite a bit of that. Out of their total time spent delivering service, about 6% of their time is spent doing administrative type work. That's meetings with their supervisor, as well as any files that need to be done are typically done by the officer while they're in the community doing other things as well. So it's not a lot of their time.
So 94% of the time, even the head person, Trent, to name the individual, should be out on the road?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, I did not include the CPO supervisor in that. His percentage would be a lot higher. because he is essentially managing the function, right? But for the rest of the officers on the road, it's about 6% of their time.
Okay. And we are aware of encampments in our community. So to me, that should be something that should be looked upon as a hotspot, that there should be somewhat regular patrols on that, or more regular, just to make sure. I had a couple of phone calls this weekend, as a matter of fact, about one of the encampments I'll share with you later on. But I think that if we're talking about hotspots, then we probably should be doing that. The other thing I was thinking about was, with Hope Mission getting this van, is that going to assist us with intoxicated people, or will it be a coordinated effort between our bylaw and for our peace officers and Hope Mission?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Elliott, I have yet to talk to the Hope Mission about the details specifically on that service, but my understanding is it will be a coordinated effort between all three levels there.
Okay, and I'm with the mayor on almost all of these things, that just being proactive on unsightly properties and anything like that. I did ask a question about alleys, and I know that comes later on, but I think that if they're doing some patrolling up and down alleys as well, then maybe they'll be more cognizant of what's going on, what's actually growing there, fences falling over, those kinds of things. Right. In the past, I know they used to go up and down alleys because I got a ticket for my trees, and it cost me $1,500 to prune my trees because they were hanging over the alley. So there seemed to, in the past, there was more proactivity than I have seen of late, and that could be me, as with Councillor Blatz, I'm not there all the time. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. So we're dealing with sub-programs here, or the program?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley, I'm going by sub-program.
Okay, so we're going to talk about public intoxication enforcement. So the annual target says 350 community patrols. Specific to intoxication enforcement then?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley, yes.
Okay, so these would be proactive patrols, 350 of them throughout the year.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley, it would be 350 community patrols of known hotspot areas in the community.
For specific intoxication?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay.
So on those patrols, what is the process then? So we've had a number of people file a complaint or just complain in general that there's intoxicated people on the corner of walk and don't walk. So our CPOs are doing their patrol, they drive past, yep, there's people there, they carry on with their day. Are they getting out and engaging with the people, finding out whether or not they actually are intoxicated, open alcohol or drug use, or are they just hanging out? Because there's no rule or law against just hanging out. The mayor can hang out on the front steps of City Hall if I'm not doing anything nefarious or engaging in any kind of drug or alcohol use. There's absolutely no reason why I can't be there if I'm not causing a disturbance. So if other people in the community in the hotspots are hanging out and not creating a problem, not publicly intoxicated, not consuming drugs or alcohol, what is the process then for that? Which is nothing, because it's not illegal. But then what is the process if they do drive past and see that they are engaging in that activity?
To the Mayor, based off how the service level reads, we will be doing 350 community patrols of known hotspot areas annually, so that's the proactive work. We also would respond to them if we got a call in from the community in a prompt and timely manner, which we defined as 10 to 15 minutes. When we are connecting with the individuals, our bylaw do connect to the individuals with community programs, so now that we have a shelter provider in town, as well as other not-for-profits, it'd be our expectation that our bylaw folks are making the phone calls to those agencies if it deems necessary. And then as part of that, we're building and maintaining partnerships with community outreach providers as they come and go from the community. So that's the level of service that we've defined in here based upon how we're currently offering it, and the target based upon how we're currently structured and how they're currently delivering the services, 350 community patrols.
So when they patrol the hotspot, are they getting out and actively engaging with those individuals? Are they dumping alcohol, or are they managing that instance like every time they drive by? It's like I said, it's one thing to drive by and say, yep, there's people there, but are they getting out and actually engaging with the individuals to make sure that they aren't publicly intoxicated or consuming drugs or alcohol in public?
So to the Mayor, it may not be every time they drive by it, right? And it really comes down to what is the priority of the day when they're in the office, right? If there's a animal control piece, for example, if there's a dog that's bitten somebody, I imagine that they might drive past that to hope to loop back to it later, but it'd be hard to guarantee, unless we really want to increase the percentage of time on public intoxication enforcement, of spending a lot of time in that area, because then we have less percentage of time going to the other programs that we deliver to the community. And so there is a bit of that prioritization piece. CPO Sergeant's not here today to be able to help me with what goes A, B, C, D, and E. I do know, though, that they do prioritize their time that way. Why we think that a target is really important is to know at the end of the year how much time did we spend here. And if you're hearing from the community that it's still not good enough, then we would want to know that, because we know that we probably need to increase that target. Back to your point, Mayor, just a little bit about when we do connect with these individuals. In the past, we've offered pizza lunches for helping clean up the area in and around the business area. I know that we've engaged with them in the past when we have connected, so I would assume that would continue.
Then I would like an increase to what happens on a patrol. Driving by 350 times doesn't address the problem, if there's a problem. And I'm no different than anybody else in the community. I've driven past a number of our hot spots where I see people gathering. I don't know if they're publicly intoxicated or if they're consuming drugs or alcohol. I'm driving by like everybody else. Whereas our CPOs will have the opportunity to stop and engage with the individuals. Driving by somebody or driving by a group or driving by a hotspot doesn't give me a clear understanding of whether or not there is a problem or not. Like I said, hanging out isn't illegal, but if you're consuming, that's a totally different issue.
So to the Mayor, just to clarify then, so when we are doing a patrol and we are engaging, to set some level of a standardization on how exactly we go about doing that.
Yeah, so I would like engagement. Driving by doesn't do anything for me.
No. And this is exactly the type of stuff that's important for us to know on how we deliver the service. So I really do appreciate that feedback. And you can expect that when we bring that back, we'd have a little bit more detail around how we might deliver that service.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to reinforce the Mayor's message. First and foremost, I would like to see a nimble, I'm going to use the word nimble, where they're responding to the most critical issues of the day. And if there's a dog attack, certainly that has to be a higher priority than possibly a drive-by. But I also think it's important for public perception to see our officers out and active and engaged. And if that means stopping a car and putting your lights on the automile while an officer gets out and goes and engages with a group of people, as Tyler has suggested, that shows the public that when the officer gets back in the car and drives away, that there is nothing untoward going on. And I think that gives the public some sense of safety that things are actually being checked out. And I think that perception of engagement is really critical to the community's perception of what we're doing on the streets on a daily basis.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
I'll go to Councillor Aberley first, and then we can get back into some more discussion.
Thank you. Sorry, so this is going to be hard. I'm going to make it short. I am in full agreement with the mayor about having an engagement in the patrols. I think that I want to see numbers of that and not just a patrol. I want to see what is coming out of those two, because I'd also like to know if it was that they stopped and there wasn't nothing nefarious happening. And I apologize. Thank you.
No need to apologize. I hope you feel better soon. Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul. I totally agree with everybody on this. To me, these 350 community patrols was getting out of your vehicle. It doesn't say 350 community drive-bys. So I'm in full agreement with my colleagues.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Paul. So Paul, how does somebody contact our peace officers after 4:30 at night and on weekends? How do they make contact?
361-4401, extension 1.
And there will be a response within 15 minutes?
Not necessarily a response, but at least they're talking with their dispatch. And so if there's an officer on, so officers are on between 6:30 a.m. and 12 midnight. If there's an officer available, then that will get put through to the officer. Otherwise, it'll be held and then relayed to the next on-duty CPO.
So that will be within the 24-hour period then?
It's supposed to be, right, Paul?
Through the mayor, you're doing very well on the response I have. It is 24-hour complaint line, but if it is serious in nature, it will be forwarded to the RCMP by dispatch.
So, okay, my question is, if I file a complaint on a Friday afternoon after 4:30, will it be dealt with before Monday morning at 8:30?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, it should be. Our regular hours of operation for the Enforcement Services Department is 7 days a week, from 6:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. midnight, unless otherwise noted. Noting that stat holidays and other civic holidays, as per city policy, are not staffed by bylaw. But typically, so if it's Friday after 4:30, the Saturday shift, or if there was a shift until midnight on Friday, so whoever's on next, but there will be somebody in before Monday.
Okay. And so I guess what I was clarifying was it's better to make the phone call than go online and say I have a concern. Okay, thank you.
And then, contrary to popular belief, social media doesn't direct our CPO or our CMP officers, or fire, or police. I know. It blew me away too.
Okay. And I think this is going to be easier as we're picking up steam, right? I don't expect we're going to spend that much time on every single line. Unless you want to, then we can. But the next one is around public behavior enforcement. So this is around trespassing, illegal encampments, loitering, fighting in public, littering, noise complaints. It's very similar to the last one, but the service level does change a little bit. So it's routine patrols of known hotspot areas, increasing public safety through community visibility patrols. We do approximately 100 patrols annually and host 2 community engagement events. Again, trying to provide that 10 to 15 minute response if we do receive a call from the community. We're also assisting business owners with problematic individuals or issues. As I noted before, we do stakeholder engagements here. So I've heard before about the importance of the engagement piece with those types of patrols, and so we'll make sure that that's kind of just cascades throughout the document. Is there any other comments that you'd like to provide administration for public behaviors enforcement as it relates to trespassing, illegal encampments, loitering, fighting in public, littering, and noise complaints?
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul, in my opinion, this is probably as important, if not more important, than the public intoxication, where we've committed or proposed a target of 350, but this is only 100, which is once every 3.5 days. So my personal opinion is increase of level of service.
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, I should have noted as well, we spend about 6% estimated percentage of time on this, which is the same as public intoxication, but I think because there's the 2 community engagement events as part of that time, there are less patrols, so that's good feedback.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Paul or general comment, the percentages could change depending on what's happening too, right? I mean, if there's some serious events happening, it could be 12% of their time and the other one could be 3%. I mean, these are just guidelines. These aren't written in stone.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Elliott, they are guidelines that help us manage the department and the resources tremendously. To your point, though, throughout the year, we'll be providing the reporting. And as we noted last time, when Trent was describing the reporting, sometimes in a quarter you might be dealing with mostly animal control type stuff, or maybe you're just dealing with nothing but noise complaints. But that would be reflective in the reporting. And at the end of the year, we'd be able to say, okay, so how did it all come together? And then if we have to revise those targets, we can do that, and we would bring that back to council. But this is our best guess, is to say council has approved these levels of service, so my expectation is at a minimum we're hitting these things, understanding that there's that ebb and flow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I guess when I read through all of this and I think about what's happening, so like I said, with the 350 patrols, what's the outcome that happens from that? The same could be said about everything else that goes along. And I think my question would be to the officers or to you is that, do our CPOs and bylaw officers feel like, as they're getting the number of complaints they're getting, as they drive by and are proactively addressing the issues that are going on in our community, do they feel like they have enough time to do that well? And if they don't, what does council need to do to, again, give them the tools to be able to do their job well? If at the end of the week they've got a number of outstanding files that haven't been addressed, or they've got a number of files that they feel they could have done better with, so I think that's what we need to know when it comes time for budget, to say we're dealing with 14,000 calls a year. We are overrun, and we've heard it before too, like we're having to deal with too much and we can't do a good job of it. What is it that you need so that you can do a good job, so that you feel supported from council and administration to be able to work well and be safe too? Because going to 14,000 calls is a real stressor for our officers as well if they aren't adequately staffed too. And I don't want to take away from what we're doing here, but I don't know what the end of a call for illegal dumping, what is the end result of our officers dealing with something like that? And is it that they continue to have that problem, or are they able to proactively stop that from happening, or through public education make sure that that's not happening, or through tickets and fines making sure that that doesn't happen again? How do we better support your department? Because I don't know what that looks like at the end of the week for them.
To the Mayor, why I'm focusing on this tool is I know for a fact that our officers are receiving more calls generally than we have staff on the street to do it. And so by better understanding exactly, or trying to get it down on paper, exactly the businesses that we're in and how we deliver the service to a level that council is expecting us to. And I know it can sound a little nebulous at 350 community patrols, what have you. But it's a start, because then from a management perspective, I can now look at my staffing model and go, okay, they're primarily looking for community standards type stuff, versus some communities might want heavy traffic enforcement, heavy commercial vehicle. And so when it comes to the staffing model, that's the difference between a CPO1 versus a bylaw officer, and there's many different ways to staff it. And so we are hoping to get this through to council for approval before the end of Q2, and then that will help us drive, if we need anything from an operations perspective as part of the 2024 budget cycle, this would help drive those things. So going through a process annually as part of our budget process where council has approved this, we've got targets, we've got staff now that we believe, the staffing model anyways, that supports this level of service. For example, if council says through these discussions, it says, we're currently at 7% for traffic enforcement, and I believe we need to be at 30%. that to me tells me right away we need more CPO ones. And so that would help drive the conversation as part of the budget process. And it's not a science. We're trying to make it a bit like a science, but there is a bit of a gray area here, but at least promotes the conversation to ensure we have those supports in place. And you brought up a lot of good points, Mayor, specifically around the burnout piece I think you were alluding to. And there is a huge, as an employer, there's a huge responsibility we have to ensure that our staff aren't being burnt out. And this will help them tremendously is knowing where to focus. And at the end of the day, when you've got 1,000 calls and you can only go to half of them, to know that you did a good job, which I think is really important as well for the team.
It is, for sure. Yeah. Councillor Nielsen. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things for me is not just knowing that they've done 100 patrols or 350 patrols, and Councillor Averly sort of alluded to this, I think, earlier, is in me having the ability to understand what the outcomes are. So, for example, if they've done 100 visits or patrols to community parks, as an example, what were the outcomes related to that? Were there tickets issued? Those kinds of things. Because at the end of the day, when it's reported to me that they've done 100 patrols, we can check off the target box. It doesn't necessarily tell me what the outcomes are. So I guess my question to you, Paul, through the Mayor, is how do we capture the outcomes, the results of all of their activities?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, great question. And I think it comes really down to reporting and how we report back on this information through to Council. And so what my takeaway is, identifying how we did on our targets is important, but also some context behind what did we get out of those 300, or what are we seeing from those 350 community patrols, I guess really is what you're saying. And so we can ensure that comes back to you via reporting.
Thank you.
Is there anything in this report or in terms of the estimated percentage of time that our officers are spending that Council thinks that there should be more or less specifically, or are you looking for, like Councillor Nielsen said, the outcomes of what's happening with this? Yep, go ahead.
Could I ask you?
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. When I'm looking at like joint force operations, are our CPOs responding on request, or are they oftentimes simply responding because a call comes in and so they're going to check it out as well? Like if we know fire's called or the police are called, there's so often we see our own bylaw people at the same events, and sometimes I wonder if we have overkill or whether they in fact have been requested to come on scene. So I guess my question, Paul, would be, are they responding only when requested, or are they responding when they think they should respond?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, there's two pieces to this question, and so I'll just do my best to speak specifically to the program. So our joint force operations and education, those ones, as identified in the service level inventory, are ones where the RCMP and our bylaw folks are talking proactively. So we participate in at least 2 crime reduction suppression shifts annually, participation in at least 2 traffic awareness campaigns annually, and then we also host as part of this 2 instructional training courses. So this is in concert with not only our RCMP, but also our regional, the regional bylaw staff from the county as well as Millet. And I know that's the proactive stuff. I know with the new inspector in the detachment, he's identified wanting to have more conversations about calls that the RCMP are getting in and how we might be able to get those into the hands of our bylaw staff to take that load off of the RCMP. Haven't had many conversations, but I know because our staff are in the detachment, if there's an opportunity for the RCMP not to go to an animal control thing, that they will have a conversation with our bylaw staff typically to attend that. So.
And I guess maybe I've misread the sub-program. I guess I was expecting or thinking about the emergency response as opposed to joint response, where there's some kind of altercation going down, and the police are requesting support on some of those occasions. And I'm wondering if some of those occasions our officers are spending time there when perhaps they don't need to be. And I'm not implying that they are. It's a question. Do they need to be at every location that the RCMP and/or fire is attending?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Nielsen, as it's written, we do assist as requested. But to your point, if they're requesting bylaw and our fire, and then they've also got RCMP on scene, I think your comment is, how do we know we're not over-resourced from the municipal perspective and wasting our resources? And so I think that's just a really good takeaway for us to be aware of and have that conversation with the supervisor in that area to ensure that we're essentially delivering service as is written upon the service level inventory. And I know in the past it's been very organic on how our staff have responded to calls. And so this is essentially trying to standardize it a little bit more, and my expectation will be that we are delivering as is approved here by council, and some of it, some of the feedback such as that you just provided, Councillor Nielsen, that's a takeaway for us to better understand exactly how that is operationalized.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen, I can speak to CPOs attending fire response. They're not automatically dispatched to each of our calls. If it's a serious call or it sounds like a serious call when we're dispatched out, whether it's a fire call or an assist with EMS, CPOs are often radioing command to see if they're needed on scene, and depending on the nature of the call, they're either requested by fire to help or they're stood down. So they're not auto-responding to each of those calls.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you. Sorry, I've got two computers here. I just wanted to sort of second Councillor Billingsley's comment about public behavior enforcement and those number of patrols being higher. And because this is what comes to us as the community coming, that they're not feeling safe, they're not feeling these things, whether or not they are. I would like to see those numbers higher, and could be asked later, that 6% higher, and could be asked later with places to take it out, and that would be some into traffic enforcement and other things. I think right now that this is important for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Paul?
Okay. Next one is responding to public requests. So today we respond to public safety concerns from community members or visitors, and we also provide crime prevention through environmental designs inspections. That's our SEPTED, as requested. And so that's responding to concerns involving a suspicious person or vehicle, requesting for welfare checks on vulnerable individuals, as well as performing the SEPTED, as referred from the RCMP, or sometimes are requested by community members. This target, because it is unpredictable and we can't, sorry, today we spend about 7% of our time responding to public requests, but it's really hard to know how often the phone is going to ring, so we haven't set a target for that. Any feedback you have on this, if there's any, would be greatly appreciated. Okay. In an effort to speed it up a bit, the next program, it's into two pieces: automated traffic enforcement. So today we do mobile speed enforcement, which is providing mobile speed operations at select locations throughout our community. We utilize automated traffic equipment in identified areas of concern, and the hours of operation for that is 7:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m., 7 days a week. Specifically, that is for the photo radar van. Annually, it's about 920 deployment hours. And then for our intersection safety devices, this includes our speed and red light cameras. We provide automated enforcement for speed on green and red light cameras throughout the community. We've installed those at intersections that have been identified as noted areas of concern. Hours of operation for that one is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because we don't need to man them. But we do perform, or our vendor performs, monthly certifications on those devices. So any feedback on automated traffic enforcement?
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Paul, through the chair. The mobile speed enforcement is 920 deployment hours, so that would be our CPO's time doing that, and that's per year. So I guess my question is, could that be contracted out, those then dollars, then those 920 hours to go towards other things of importance?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley. The public can't see the smile on my face, but you can. So yes, we are having those discussions right now with the vendor. Currently, we are staffing those vans ourselves, and it's a tremendous amount of time that I don't believe we have. And so we are going to be having conversations moving forward to ensure that we can just have a turnkey solution there, and then just to pay it through the contract and be done with it. But right now, it's 920 deployment hours annually.
You would have my support of the change. Thank you.
Is that then an administrative decision, or is that something that needs to come back to council? Are we going to have more information brought to us on the impacts of the automated traffic enforcement, so that we either, I know the comment was made before that we get out of automated traffic enforcement. Where does that fit into all of this?
To the mayor, it's a great question. It actually came up last year through the priority-based business planning, priority-based budgeting process, but it does take a bit of analysis to do that properly. And so I would expect that as part of the PBB process this year, that you'll see an analysis on that, or that we would do an analysis on that. Yeah, it will be dealt with as part of the 2024 budget process.
Perfect. Councillor Blatz.
Just wanted to quickly echo Councillor Billingsley's comments. Like 920 hours is a lot of our time, so anything you guys can do to try and cut back on that, I definitely support you guys.
Okay. The next one is traffic enforcement. So this is educating road users through traffic enforcement and interactions and responding to public concerns. Council does set a standard here, but just it is of note that this includes our municipal traffic bylaw as well as the provincial statute for Traffic Safety Act. It is a service that can only be delivered by CPO1. And today we conduct at least 75 dedicated traffic operations, a minimum of 25 patrols and hotspots, conduct at least 25 random ride-for-hire taxi compliance checks, and we conduct one compliance check event. My question to council is, right now we spend about 7% of our overall time on this service, and I guess the question I would want to know is, would you like more of that or less of that?
Councillor Billingsley. Make sure you're speaking in your mic. Thank you.
And I probably should turn it on.
That too.
Comments made to me as a councillor, I don't recall the last time anybody's actually commented on that. And yet we spend more of that than we do on the hot issues being the public intoxication, the loitering, those type of things. So in my opinion, I would like to see more taken away, or reallocating resources from that to more of a hot issue.
You don't hear about it because they're doing it well.
And that could be true. And I guess the way to look at it is, if we end up adding more dollars, resources into that, that 7% would actually drop automatically, because you're putting more into those other things anyway. So
potentially, I mean, it could fall from someplace else. So if you want to be specific on what you want to spend less time on.
I don't know if, I mean, they're the experts in this, that it's a safety issue and that it needs to be done. I have no problem with it, but I do also finding it, I won't say puzzling, but disappointing that it's that much time compared to public safety.
just through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, that feedback is very good, because how we staff that program is with a CPO1. My bylaw staff can't do that work. And so there seems to be a theme of reallocating towards that public nuisance, that type of stuff. And if that continues through the inventory, it helps us with our staffing model moving forward. So I appreciate the comments.
But so far, I've heard one person that doesn't feel like we need to continue at the 7% for the traffic enforcement, and more so looking at the community well-being. And nothing against Councillor Billingsley, whether it was me that made the comment or not, one person doesn't set the direction or the priorities for what we're doing here. If you're hearing clearly that we want more public safety, then that would be an administrative decision on where you're going to pull your resources from, not from one member of council.
Through the mayor, completely understand, and that was not my intention. More so that just wanted to, as we're going through this, to kind of reiterate how we're going to use the information. It's extremely helpful, so thank you very much for the feedback.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. Paul, when we do our community surveys, is this taken into consideration as well with level of service?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, I haven't actually been a part of a Wetaskiwin community survey yet, but the intention is that if we've defined our level of service here, that when we go to engage the community on that, we can get we can pose some of these exact same questions to them with a sliding scale, what have you, and get some feedback at that point as well, and perhaps that might drive future reiterations to council on the inventory as well if we're getting some good public feedback on where they would like to see this, and then between that and then what you're hearing from the community, you know, we can further solidify this inventory.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Your chair for a couple minutes.
What's that? That's true. I don't have to give it back. It's kind of nice up here. Paul, do you want to continue?
Yeah. Okay, so the next one is around our commercial vehicle program, around infrastructure protection. That's our roads, cargo securement, and dangerous goods. So this program helps protect our city infrastructure and responds to anticipated or actual release of dangerous goods. We conduct a minimum of 100 truck route patrols annually and conduct a minimum of 40 traffic stops for cargo securement and dangerous good inspections. And today we spend approximately 4% of our time on this. And so any feedback council might have on this.
Councillor, very last, thank you.
All right, thank you. Through the chair to Paul. This is going to sound like a dumb question, so just go with me on it. So is it normal for bylaw officers to spend time on this within a city for as far as like cargo securement and dangerous good inspections? Because as I think that for me, I was under the impression that it would be along their trucking route that there's various truck stops that they would be doing that at. And so I'm just curious if it's normal for a municipality to oversee that as they come in. And yeah, I just need a little bit more information about that.
Through Councillor Billingsley, to Councillor Blatz, every municipality will have a variation of this. You'll see a lot more of bylaw enforcement's time on commercial vehicle programs spent in rural municipalities because they've got a lot more road to ensure that they're protecting. In a municipality such as Wetaskiwin, this would be if our bylaw sees a loaded up truck going through and they're spinning asphalt out of the way, or if we know that there's a route in town like Main Street that we can't have huge trucks going through, that we're enforcing that. We've seen a lot actually outside of City Hall where we see trucks that aren't allowed to come through here, and that's the commercial vehicle program, our ability to stop them and find them for that.
Yeah, and I guess like I understand that portion because I have trucks coming down my street all the time. And so I get that portion. I think that like the thing that I'm stuck on is just the cargo securement and dangerous good inspections part. because that's the part that I don't really get. The other part makes sense, where it's just like, you're on the wrong route, you're not on a truck route, get off this part. But it's the dangerous good inspections that I'm curious, like, do our bylaw officers need to be doing that? Wouldn't there be other enforcement along the way? So that's the thing that I'm really stuck on, is if they need to be spending that much time on it.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Blatz, and then CPO Sergeant Yeager's not here today to speak a little bit more about how often are they seeing the dangerous goods piece. I just believe that the Dangerous Goods Transportation Handling Act gives them the ability that if they do pull somebody over for, being in the wrong area of town and they see something else, that we can fine them for that as well.
Which, once again, I get, but I think that it's just because it says conduct a minimum of 40 traffic stops. I think because they have a goal in mind for it, I think that's what's hanging me up on, is the fact that a minimum of 40 traffic stops for that. I'm just curious if, like, we need to be doing that.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Blatz, so based off your feedback, I'm guessing that it's too high for you. You like 0?
I don't know. That's the problem, is that I'm just trying to figure out if a municipality needs to oversee that, if they're going to various truck stops along their route as it is. And I'm just wondering if we need to be putting that much time into triple checking somebody's work, I guess.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Blatz, it's really good feedback for us to take away and can also compare ourselves to like-sized municipalities to ensure we're not over-investing in the service.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul, related to that, does not Department of Transport and the sheriffs have their right to do that, to stop trucks on the highway?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Elliott, I believe they do, yes.
Thank you.
There also might be those vehicles traveling within just the city of Wetaskiwin, or if they're originating in Wetaskiwin, then if we're catching that insecure load before it leaves and gets out onto the highway and causes an accident. So while I don't think that we should have a minimum, conducting these stops, I think, is still important.
I just wanted to quickly follow up with that. Yeah, and I think that that's what I was getting at, was that I just find it weird to have a minimum of traffic stops rather than like just as see fit. So that's kind of why I was getting at for that.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Paul. Paul, where do the weigh scales fit into this? Like, when we talk about a truck route patrol, are we setting up weigh scales, or do we just haul the weigh scales around so that when we suspect a vehicle may be too heavy for our road structure, that we then weigh them? Like, where exactly does all the weighing come in? Is it in this category?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I do not believe we are weighing anything. This is essentially just, we see a transport driver in a certain area and we have the ability to pull them over or to do our own inspection to ensure they're within their means. I don't believe we do any weighing. There are weigh scales in and out of the community, so we're not doing that work.
Did we not purchase scales for that purpose at some point in previous budgeting?
We have the equipment. I just don't know if Trent's trained on it or not. I know that one of our previous members were trained in that.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I was not aware of the weigh scales. I know if we do have them, Trent would be trained on them. What I don't have for you is how often we're doing that work with the weigh scales, and so that would be really good feedback to ensure we're putting it into this document.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We spoke a little bit about assisting emergency services with the emergency response. So this is responding to public safety and emergency occurrences as requested, assisting our police, fire, and emergency medical services response to incidences as required, and assisting with environmental spills if they do so happen. Again, given the unpredictable nature of it, we don't set a target for that, but this is work that we do, and it currently is about 3% of our overall time on the road. I know we did speak about that. We also spoke a little bit about joint force operations and education. So this is participating in traffic awareness campaign, through the provincial traffic calendar, as well as offering our regional training opportunities. And I noted this before, but we participate in at least 2 traffic awareness campaigns annually, participate in at least 2 crime reduction suppression shifts, and host at least 2 instructional training courses in the region. So any feedback you might have on that would be greatly appreciated. That takes about 4% of our overall time on the road.
Nobody online. Councillor Nielsen.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. The next one is request for assistance, but this is internal assistance from our within our own organization. So we do assist internal departments with road construction and traffic safety monitoring, document services, and assisting staff regarding flagged properties. We do track assistance files and provide consistent recording and reporting of events, which is a nice way of saying that we don't have a target set for this, but we will be reporting back on how many we're doing. Currently, this is about 2% of our time. It's essentially as requested from other internal departments. The next one, for requesting for assistance, we do assist community residents, visitors, and outside agencies. We assist community members with neighborhood disputes, civil matters, provide information and education on municipal bylaws, and we work very closely with outside agencies such as Alberta Health Services, Government of Alberta, and other law enforcement agencies. This is essentially responding as requested. This takes up about 5% of our time. All right, next one, we have a program called Property Concerns and Compliance. First one up is the Community Standards Program. This is the program that we have to address unsightly premise concerns that contravene either the Municipal Government Act or our municipal bylaws. And our target here is to respond to property complaints within 3 business days. We do check about 210 property files annually. We complete most unsightly premise investigations on an annual basis, and we have tracking of vacant property patrols to ensure that weeds and things like that aren't getting too out of hand.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Paul. Paul, is there any way we could be proactive with some of the properties? We know that there are habitual properties that are unsightly, and so we wait for the 3-week period and then give them a note. And CP Rail is one of them, and I know we don't have a lot of control over CP Rail because they're a bureaucracy unto themselves. But is there a way we could be proactive and say, for the last 7 years, we've had to send you a note asking you to clean up. We'd like you to, and I mean in a polite way, we'd just like to remind you that we'd like this done a little earlier. Is there, I don't know, maybe I'm off base with the rest of council, but I think it might save our staff some time down the line if we were maybe a little bit proactive.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Elliott, great question. I think that it's really important when we say tracking of vacant property patrols that we're very clear on which properties specifically, and so if council was to ask which properties specifically, we'd be able to answer that question. And through reporting, if there are properties that are continually or habitually are a problem, then perhaps you're able to implement strategies outside of just patrols, to your point, to ensure that we're getting those down in future years. That work today, I don't believe is happening.
No, I just was thinking they know which properties they are, our peace officers do. So, Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I too would like to see a more proactive approach with unsightly properties. Councillor Billingsley.
And I concur, to Paul through the chair. Under this, as respond to property complaints, I'd like to see, like I look at some of the graffiti and it's been there, and I'm sure it's not just noticed by myself or from people that complain. I'd like to see more proactive, whether it's graffiti, whether it's ill-kept yards, whatever it may be, lack of shoveling, whatever, so that you just don't wait for the complaint to come in on these issues.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul. I guess I'd like to understand, I too So I share the same concerns that Tyler and Dean have commented on unsightly properties, and I would like to see us be more engaged in that as well. But I also wonder, as Councillor Elliott was talking about whether we're being too nice sometimes, and I'm really wondering whether, you know, you give somebody a notice and then the next communication is a ticket. I think if we're serious about trying to clean up some of these nuisance properties, is that we take it seriously and we start fining people, and if we're not, and not give them a lot of time to fix some of these issues. And the quicker they respond and the quicker we clean up our community, I think the more likely we'll have other community members taking note and putting pressure on neighbors and or on themselves to make sure their properties look decent in our community. So I would like to see us spend more time in this area. I'd like to see us be more assertive in this area and demand action, and when people don't comply, start issuing tickets and seeing them off to court. Thank you.
Just through the mayor to Gulf Council, right now we're spending about 27 to 30% of our time on that service, and so I am hearing a resounding increase in this area. And so another piece I'd want to note as well is that, Councillor Nielsen, you brought up the idea, the comment on fines and what can we do to, you know, when is it appropriate that our officers are showing discretion versus when are we, you know, hard with fines. And so I would expect that you'll see more of that information as we evolve this piece in future iterations to council. With illegal dumping, we do assist both commercial and residential property owners with problematic dumping. We patrol identified hotspot areas and to promote a clean and vibrant community. This is as requested, and we would report back on this as well through community reports. And this takes up about 2% of our time today, so it's not, we don't spend a lot of time here. Okay, everyone's favorite, cats and dogs. Animal control operations. The first one, shelter operations specifically, is providing access to animal shelter for found, injured, and seized animals. I should note that we contract this out, and so we don't actually spend any time, our staff don't spend any time actually doing this work. But it's to provide a contract to provide daily care of our housed animals that we're finding on the road, and that is our responsibility. As noted in December when we came, it's also a holding facility for any animals that are found. When RCMP does their work, they would come under this contract as well, and that is currently how that's operating. The second piece to it, though, and maybe I should have opened with this, is animal care and control. So this is educating and enforcement of a municipal bylaw and provincial statutes in relation to domestic animals. We liaison with Alberta Health Services regarding animal attacks on people, and we liaison with the Alberta SPCA regarding animal abuse investigations. We do a minimum of 100 community park patrols annually. We respond to animal nuisance complaints within 3 business days, and we try to provide a timely response to animal attacks, which is essentially right away. So if we get a call that there's an animal attack, it's a priority, a very high priority.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this 5%. A couple years ago, I think it was Trent that presented, said that he was spending upwards to 20, and I might be wrong on this, but upwards to 25% of his time on animal control, which I believe then led us into the new pet bylaw and things like that. So my question would be, was 25% inaccurate, or do we now have way more responsible pet owners, or do we have animals running rapid throughout our community?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so I'd just like to know where we went from 25 to 5, and has it become a problem?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, I was at that meeting. That's one of the reasons the surface level inventory is in front of you folks. I believe that if Trent had mentioned back then that it was 25% of his time, it most likely was. As noted when we came in December, Things like animal control are things that are not necessarily cyclical, but we have spikes in some years versus others, right? And so what we tried to do with this was, you know, given how you're currently operating, where we're spending our time. And so right now, this is reflective that our bylaw folks aren't spending a lot of time on the, you know, the animal control piece. What I can't tell you is the impact that the work that you folks did around that responsible pet ownership bylaw and the fees and all that. I don't know what impact that had because we weren't reporting on it regularly. So had we been reporting on it regularly, we may have been able to show a little bit more of a correlation and maybe made that argument, but I don't. All I know is that we went through this and spent a lot of time talking about where they're currently spending their time, and it's currently not a big service.
So can I follow up with that? So in this, you talk about what the percentage, and you're asking us what we think. But Trent and the staff live it. Is 5% enough time? I know you said that it was cyclical as far as that type of response, but is 25% enough? Is 5% enough? Are the dollars amount going to cover the issue, I guess?
Yeah, through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley, what's nice about this one is that today, animal control in the city of Wetaskiwin, it's not a pressing issue. In 3 years, it might be again. And the nice thing about this is the same resource that we would have on community standards bylaw and nuisance property cleanup is the same resource that we would put on animal control. And so just by ensuring that we're aware that in a given year, these estimated percentages of times was very much a 2023 look on it. You know, these would average out more as we report on it through the years, so you could get a better sense of where we need to staff. But what I've heard today, and noting that our community standards program takes up about 30% of our time, if we were to bring more of those resources in the future to help build our program out, if animal control, for example, did peak, we would be covered because we would have the resources here to be able to do that, versus if we were very much a traffic enforcement community and I had no bylaw officers or one bylaw officer, then it's a struggle perhaps to respond.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott. Please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to point out to Councillor Billingsley that Trent may have been spending 25%, may still, I don't know. This is a department-wide, so we're talking 4 or 5 people. So when we looked at the service level standards, it was the whole department, and so that would bring the percentage down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I look at things like nuisance dogs or cats or animal abuse, and we're going to respond in 3 days, within 3 working days, I'm wondering about the timelines there. If my neighbor's dog is barking all night long for 3 days in a row, I'm going to get fairly upset. Or if I see a dog being abused or a cat being abused, I think I would like a response faster than 3 days. I don't know how the rest of council feels, but to me, again, I guess it gets back to a sense of urgency and what their priority might be, and how if it was a phone message, how it would be stated and received. But if somebody's beating a dog, I certainly wouldn't want them to be beating the dog for 3 days. So it just came to mind. Thank you.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Elliott, very good feedback. They just want to note that it's within 3 business. So typically we'll respond if we can right away. The 3 business days is the standard, but the feedback's really good there, so we'll take that away. Thank you. Yeah.
I would hope that if somebody's beating a dog, it becomes an RCMP issue, not a CPO issue. I hope.
Okay, got one more around community relations. So this is cooperating with the RCMP public safety awareness programs, providing educational material to the public, supporting community special events, open houses, school presentations, and other community engagement opportunities, and it does include our positive ticketing program. So we issue a minimum of 100 positive tickets annually. Those are spread out, by the way, amongst our fire department, our bylaw, and our RCMP, so we do spread that budget across, so it's not just our bylaws. We host a minimum of 6 pizza parties for reward for positive ticketing, provide activity reports, participate in the Canada Day Parade, and we also participate in the Wetaskiwin Fire Santa Claus Parade. It's all a part of this, and it's about 5% of our time.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandon. Through the chair to Paul, I would just like to reiterate that I do think that this is important, and I wouldn't like to see anything time taken away from this 5%. This isn't just about having a positive interactions between any law enforcement and our community can help with further problems, people wanting to when report problems if they think that you're there and listening, and also helping youth. I'm very in favor of that, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Further to what Councillor Aberley is saying, seeing somebody in uniform just walking around is sometimes very calming. They don't necessarily have to be there for a call, but if Jubilee Park and there's a food truck parked there at 12 o'clock and people are having lunch and they happen to wander around, I think that's very positive, just to see that it's not always response to something critical.
Makes me nervous.
So I definitely support what Councillor Aberley was saying. Thank you.
Said it makes me nervous to see uniforms out and about. God bless your heart. Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul, earlier in this presentation, Mayor Gandon spoke about how can council be more supportive in helping them enforcement meet its outcomes. And I guess along that line, I'm wondering, there was a time 100 years ago when there was a thing called Neighborhood Watch and all those kinds of things. And I'm wondering, as we talked about community engagement, whether our enforcement team would see any value in trying to mobilize in some way, shape, or form a community support program of some nature, and whether they felt it would have any value to them. And so I'm not suggesting that we race right out and start doing something, but raise the question about how can the community be of a greater assistance in helping address some of the issues that we're all talking about today, and is there any kind of programming in place going on elsewhere in the world that supports those kinds of initiatives? And again, I'm not suggesting that we go out on a big research. It's just a food for thought that came to mind, that's all. Thank you, Paul.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, it's a great observation. What I like about this inventory, being very clear about what businesses we're in, to what standard, what level, and what is our target, is we realize we only have so many resources, and it allows us to have better conversations with council and amongst ourselves proactively as managers to say, we don't necessarily need to be doing everything ourselves. So similarly to how we don't shelter the animals that we pick up off the street ourselves, where we contract that out, perhaps we might spend some more time looking at other means to deliver a service, such as community groups or community supports, as your example, Councillor Nielsen, and being very specific where in our inventory we're doing that, because that would free up capacity for our officers to do other things, or provide better service to the community at the very least. And so I think it was a really great comment, great feedback, and as we move forward with this, asking ourselves the question on what businesses we're in, and are we meeting your expectations, but then also what level of innovation are we talking about amongst ourselves year after year after year to be able to leverage some of these things, such as the example that you gave. So I think it's a really good comment. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So what we're going to do with the feedback is we're going to take it away. We're between CPO Sergeant Yeager and myself, really revise this. We'll most likely watch the tape again and just really sit with it, and what we will be bringing something back before the end of Q2 to get approval from council. And then that will be essentially what drives our staffing model. And so if there were any future staffing requests of the bylaw enforcement area, they would be specifically tied right back to the service level inventory. And we would have to show you through statistics and a bit of mathematics on exactly how we're getting to another, whatever the resource is, or whatever, whatever might come ahead of you guys in the future. We are doing some work right now of looking at the structure of enforcement services. The Enforcement Services Department portfolio, just for council's understanding, includes, we have 11 municipal enforcement staff that currently support the RCMP members. So in the service inventory today, they're non-existent in that. So that's 11 staff that are part of the Enforcement Services Department, as well as our CPO staff. So right now we currently have CPO Sergeant Yeager, as well as one CPO1 and one bylaw officer, and a vacant bylaw officer position as well. I'd like to be more proactive in managing the RCMP contract and the spend that comes with that. And so we'll be working internally to ensure that our resources are structured accordingly. We will be bringing this inventory back to you before the end of Q2, and then if there's any budget requests that are driven as part of the 2024 budget, this is the genesis. The feedback you gave us today came, those requests would come from today. So I thank you for the feedback. It was most excellent. I apologize. I know it was a little awkward at the beginning. That's not just me. I think it was just the way we structured it. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept his information. Councillor Blatz, any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10A, staff reports for decisions, 2022 audited financial statements extension.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Administration is here today to seek Council support for a request to Municipal Affairs to provide the City with an extension on the audited financial statements from May 1st to June 30th, 2023. Our year end is underway, but due to staffing challenges and the additional work required because of Peace Hills Utilities, the Finance Department cannot meet the legislated deadline of May 1st. We're thrilled to have Toulouse on board, and we do have a plan in place, but again, our staffing challenges have really hit us hard. We do have the audit team of Metrics Group scheduled for May 29th to commence the external audit, and we are hopeful, if not confident, I'll say more hopeful, that we can present to Council at the June 26th meeting. So administration's recommendation is that City Council authorizes administration to make a request of Alberta Municipal Affairs to grant an extension on the deadline for submission of the 2022 audited financial statements and financial information return to June 30th, 2023.
Councillor Elliott.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, while I will support the motion, but I do want to go on record as being really frustrated. As long as I've been on council, I don't recall a time, and I know people in the various departments and in city administration aren't the ones dating back for years, but for as long as I've been on council, this seems to be the rule rather than the exception. And I wonder how moving forward, how do we finally get to a point where we can meet provincial expectations and deadlines.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe consistent and qualified staffing is going to help us moving forward.
Thank you. And so would it be a reasonable expectation that this time next year we would be able to forego this process?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. If Toulouse stays with us, yes.
No pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for that response.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10B, Facility Utilization Review, Memorial Arts Center Survey Results.
Good afternoon, members of council. In 2021, the city engaged MNP to conduct a utilization review of 6 city-owned facilities, one of which was the Memorial Arts Center. So the objective of that review was to allow or aid the city in making a well-informed decision on the long-term investment or divestment of those 6 properties that were considered. At the November 22nd, 2021 regular council meeting, a facility utilization review that was conducted by MNP was presented by administration. The review was conducted in early 2021 and 3 scenarios were brought forward. The recommendation was to divest the Memorial Arts Center, but the recommendation also indicated that a community-wide survey should be conducted. So administration did conduct a 10-question survey through the What If Wetaskiwin portal, at the end of December 2022. We did receive 93 responses, and in the attachment you can see a full list of what those comments and feedback were from those people. The majority of our respondents, so 66%, did not recommend selling the Memorial Arts Center. However, it should be noted that of those 62% of those respondents only attended an event between 0 and 2 times per year, and that's based on a non-pandemic year. In 2022, the Memorial Arts Center was booked 38 times, of which there was quite a few City of Wetaskiwin rentals, which that does not take in any booking fees for that. From the MNP report, the value of the Memorial Arts Center building and parking lot combined is just under $660,000. The city assessment values for 2023 indicate that value at $528,000. The 5-year average net operational costs are just over $97,000 per year, and this is over and above the revenue that we do receive for renting that facility. Over the next 10 years, our capital expenses are estimated to be over $2.2 million. Keeping this facility would continue to be a risk to the city if utilization rates do not increase to cover future costs. So given the Memorial Arts Center low utilization rate of about 27%, the expected capital and operating costs and the lack of personnel to market this facility, administration is recommending that the facility be divested.
Councillor Elliott.
I would move that council accept this as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Discussion. Councillor Billingsley.
This is, through the chair to council, this is a very tough decision. I will support as information, and I'm not prepared to divest of the property at this point. I do see the facility as I won't say a cornerstone, but a very important part of our community. What concerns me is the $2.2 million that is going to be required with this facility in the near future. I'm not convinced that it's that we're overcharging for the facility. I mean, we have costs, and I don't have a problem with that. Would I like to look at some organization, if that's possible, to take over the facility if it would be used? Absolutely. Would I like to see possibly tax dollars coming in? Sure. But then do we lose then that cornerstone of a community hub, I'll call it. So for that reason, at this point, I am going to support as accepting it as information.
With the number of use, first of all, question 9 changed the colors, so it threw me off. It changed to blue for no instead of blue for yes, so that was one thing that threw me off. But aside from that, I managed to make it through all of that information. In terms of the usage, I find it hard to call the Memorial Arts Center a cornerstone of our community. It's steadily on the decline, and I remember attending lots of events early in mid-2000, 2010, and long before COVID. There were far less events going on, or there were alternative venues being used for those events. At $100,000 a year plus $2.2 million in repairs that are needed over the next 10 years doesn't make for a great venue to continue to maintain in our city. If it was being utilized every weekend throughout the year and then events happening throughout the week, to sustain that, I would have no problem in supporting that. The size of the venue, I don't think is relevant, as you get bookings that are happening or the goings on in the building behind in the Manluck Theatre, the other hall that the city owns, the other halls that are available for community use, I don't think is a good use of our money to maintain what we have based on what it used to be. And that was why I would support divesting in the property. I support taking it as information, but I would support divesting in that property for the sake of what it's going to cost us over the next 10 years. I think there's lots of examples of things that not just the city, but people in general hold on to because of sentimental value or the thought of what it used to be. And I think at some point we need to move past that and then find something new to create for our community. Anything further? Motion on the floor is to accept as information. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. I would like to make a motion I move that Council directs administration to divest the Memorial Arts Center. I move that Council directs administration to divest the Memorial Arts Center. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I don't remember what the MNP report said, but has there been any thought to repurposing the building?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we have had a couple of different people come forward and ask if they could potentially rent it for 1 or 2 days a month, the commercial kitchen. We did have another group come forward and say they have an idea, but they have to run it past their board first. But other than that, we have not had any community groups that are interested in utilizing the facility. And I would remind council too that that would take staff time to coordinate. It could be another group, that a contract we would have to manage and that sort of stuff. But we haven't had a lot of interest from the public, and MNP did speak to a large part of the community originally around before they made the recommendation to divest. So no one has stepped forward in probably the year and a half we've been working on this.
Thank you. I was just thinking about, in the past, there's been a group that was looking at a friendship center, and I realize that would cost money, but there, I think, are some grants available. I was thinking about maybe it could be a hub or an incubator for businesses that we would provide. We could have some office type things in there and get revenue from that. I just think that maybe we could do something with the building, and maybe Manluck Theatre wants to move in there. I mean, who knows what's there. We haven't really put it out to the public, have we, as to, is anybody interested in the building that I'm aware of?
Which could be part of divesting in the Memorial Arts Center, part of my motion. So not necessarily just putting it up for sale, but entertaining ideas of what the community use could be for that building, and then administration bringing it back to council.
Doesn't divest mean get rid of?
Sure, but how do we get rid of it?
So selling it might not be one way of divesting it.
It is one way of divesting it.
But there may be other ways.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I think this council has shown the community that it is open to any idea that is brought forward.
Thank you. To suit then through the mayor, when we say divest, will that then, that gets the ball rolling, but then as some of the ideas that Councillor Elliott talked about, or whatever that may be, this doesn't necessarily mean that we get ourselves a real estate agent and put a for sale sign on the front of the building. Is that true?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that's correct. I would suggest that someone could amend the motion that Mayor Ganda put forward to include directing administration to seek out those opportunities and then report back by a certain time, and then council could make a decision then.
I like it.
Would you like to make you can make an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion that administrations how would you like to say it? Seek options for use of the Memorial Arts Center. Brought forward to council by Q3, Q2.
July 10th meeting? Is that enough time?
Could we do the August meeting, please, sir?
August 21? Is that okay with you, Councillor Billingsley?
Absolutely.
Okay. To the amendment, Councillor Elliott?
Yes. Sort of.
To the amendment, Councillor Elliott?
Does this include the basement as well when we're talking about Memorial Arts Center?
Yep.
Okay, because there are potential things that could happen down there that are different than upstairs.
For sure. Yep.
That was to the amendment.
Councillor Blatz, to the amendment.
Thank you. I just learned something new. I didn't know that the Memorial Arts Center had a basement. This was really hard just because I do have sentimental value at the Memorial Arts Center, but I completely agree. $2.2 million that's coming up to keep the building is kind of, it's scary, but also it's like, what else are we going to do with it if the utilization is only like booked 33 times in a year? That's so low. And so I just, I'm really happy that we're coming up with kind of this portion of it where it says that we're going to look for options for use, because it is such a great building and it's really great location. So if we can find a better use for it, more power to it. But yeah, I think that I'm emotionally prepared to let go of it at the cost of $2.2 million.
Councillor Nielsen, to the amendment that Councillor Blatz didn't stick to.
Thank you. Just clarification then. So, based on the amendment, can I correctly infer that if other options that administration may be bringing forward are not deemed acceptable, then we would be hiring, tongue-in-cheek, I guess, to some degree, an agent to disperse of the property?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we no longer have a dedicated agent representing the city, so we would put that out as per our policy for divestment.
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't speaking so much about an agent, but the intent then would be to get rid of the property.
My understanding is that we would do this work and then come back to council and you could make that decision then.
So actually, there would still need to be a council decision to dispose of and/or sell that property at that time?
Correct.
Or is that, so that's not implied in this motion?
I believe that it is, even though divest is the first part, because you will be directing us to seek options and report back, that has to happen first.
But if the options are not palatable to council, is it then simply assumed that we will attempt to sell the property?
And I'm hearing Councillor Nielsen, I think this is two separate directions to administration. I think the initial one should be that we seek options for the Memorial Arts Centre being brought back to council on August 28th. So I don't see that as an amendment. I think that that should be its own motion, and I would withdraw my motion if Councillor Billingsley is willing to make that a motion on its own. Does that follow a procedural bylaw, or not a procedural bylaw, procedurally, is that okay? If an amendment is made to a motion on the floor, but the amendment isn't actually amending the motion on the floor, it's changing it because it's not assumed that as soon as we don't have options at the August meeting that it goes for sale.
You should probably defeat the first motion because you didn't vote on the amendment, and then bring the amendment back as the main motion.
Okay. You withdraw your
So
amendment?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so motion on the floor. Can I withdraw my motion, or should it be defeated? Okay. I'm going to vote against my own motion. Just divesting the Memorial Arts Centre. Okay. Maybe I won't. Sorry, Councillor Aberley.
Sorry, I have two mice because I'm looking at my computer too. If we defeat a motion, how long until we can bring that motion back forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Eberly, the bylaw says 6 months or unless new information is received.
Awesome, thank you.
Anything further? Okay, yeah, no problem. That's okay, because I've changed my mind anyways. I'm still voting in favor of my motion. That's what happens when you give me too much time to think. I went to bed early last night. I've got the same amount of sleep. I'm still as quick as I ever am. Sure. So motion on the floor is that council directs administration to divest the Memorial Arts Center. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Who could have saw that coming? I looked over at you and I saw somebody else put their hand up, but it's me on the monitor. Councillor Billingsley.
So I'd like to bring back that motion that I made, and I'd like to speak with that. Do you still have it, Anita? The motion that that we table, or is it still there?
The amendment.
The amendment, yeah. Sorry, but withdrawn.
Yeah.
Do you still have it, I guess? And I guess I'd like to speak to that.
Are you making that motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think it's important that when we talk about options, one of the options is to sell it. Right? So that, it may be that it's a friendship center, or it may be that it's pickleball, whatever, sure. It's $6 even. Or it could be that it's sold. So I think that that's important, that all the options are on the table.
That's a good point. Councillor Elliott's sticking up for his pickleball friends again.
You need a life.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. And I am assuming, but maybe assuming is not a good thing to do. I'm assuming and looking at those options, then administration would also present back to us a financial costing of what it would cost to maintain the facility, have enough resources to market it properly, and what kind of utilization would be necessary to make it a viable operation. Is that a fair assumption?
It is.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so would that include the operating costs, Sue? So there's about $97,000, and then what upgrades will be required?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott.
Is that a lot of work?
No, we already have that information, but I think what Councillor Nielsen was getting at was if we were to keep it and market it properly, those costs would increase, so we would have other staff time, so we'll make sure all of that is included. If it's utilized at 80%, we're going to have increased cleaning costs, increased power costs, all of that sort of stuff. So we'll include all of that.
And then if the upgrades required were listed as well, then if we were going to divest of it, then whoever the potential owner, they would understand that. So, thank you.
Anything further? Can you just pull the motion up, please? Motion on the floor is that council directs administration to seek options for use of the Memorial Arts Center to be brought back to council by August 28th, 2023. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Blatz.
written out for me, so this is going to be super jumbled. I move that we proceed in a closed session, Section 16, 17, and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Do you have a link for our online guests? Perfect. See you guys soon. Here? Yeah. welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried, I think, unanimously. It is. Fantastic. Item 15A, got delegation by accurate assessment. Welcome, Kirk. I think, yeah, should be good.
There we go.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks a lot for having me today. I'm here today on behalf of Accurate Assessment Group to present to Council some information on the 2022 assessment roll and how that would affect the 2023 taxes. So again, my name is Kurt Hartman. I'm with Accurate Assessment Group. And Accurate Assessment Group is the city's assessment contractor, and we've been an assessment contractor for the city for many years, since the late 90s. And we're based in Sherwood Park, and we have a number of customers that are scattered throughout the province and municipalities that we do work for throughout the province. I'll just maybe wait. Are you able to bring up my presentation? Okay. Oh, perfect. There we go. If you can move to slide, slide 6, I believe. Perfect. There we go. So this year is the change in assessment from 2021 to 2022. So those are 2021 assessment year to 2022 assessment year, which would be 2022 tax year to 2023 tax year. The multiple categories there are the standardized assessment classes. So we can see residential has seen an increase in assessment of $35,029,240, which is a 4% increase year over year. Non-residential properties have seen a 1%. The total assessment of non-residential properties has increased by 1% year over year. Designated industrial property, which is DIP property, which is actually assessed by the province, has seen a 6% increase of $27,000. There are not many properties that fall under that category within the city. Next up is linear properties. These are going to be your telecommunications, your cable networks, your gas distribution, things like that, has seen a 3% increase year over year. Farmland has seen a small increase by 2%, and that's due to a few properties going from non-farm to farm status. And exempt properties seen a small decrease of 2%. So the grand total is 2% increase year over year of all of them combined. Next up is a graph showing the historical trend of the different assessment classes, and we can see how residential jumps out a little bit there, that in 2018, 2019, the values were, total assessed value was fairly high, and then as you probably are aware, the last couple years have been not the most favorable from a real estate perspective. Obviously, the assessed value follows the real estate market, and the assessed values had dropped down a little bit year over year there, and now we're back getting closer to those peaks from a couple of years ago. So it's bounced back a little bit. Non-residential has held, again, pretty steady for those years, and we've seen a slight increase again this year. As far as how these changes affect the individual properties throughout the city, every year when we do our assessment, the assessment isn't as simple as we take 4% as an example of residential and times 4%. Every property's last year's assessment times 4% comes up with a new one. We recalculate a new assessed value based on a number of different factors on each property each year. So the impact can be slightly different on different types of properties, as well as there's physical changes that can happen to a property, such as additions, renovations. Sometimes it goes the other way where property may have deteriorated more than average, and so different properties will see different changes depending on a number of factors. So what this graphic is showing here is where do most properties fall in from a change perspective, and you can see 94% of the properties changed plus or minus 10%. So not massive changes. The majority of the cities seeing relatively small percentage changes to their assessed value, with the majority of that change being in the increase from 1 to 10%. The next graphic is showing the same idea, but changed by dollars. As you can imagine, an assessed value of $50,000 changing by 10% will have a much larger impact on taxes than, you know, a $500,000 property changing by 10%. So this next graphic is showing the change in assessment by dollars. And again, you can see the majority of properties, 90% of them, changed between going down 10,000 and up 25,000. So most of the properties fell in that kind of middle range there. When we look at growth and inflation in the city, so there's two ways in assessment, or when assessment changes, there's two categories that it will typically fall into. It'll typically fall under inflation, which is changes in market conditions, or growth, which is physical change to a property. So growth might be, you know, a new house being built, an addition, renovations, things like that. And we can see when you look at residential growth, in 2022 there was 1.8 million in residential growth, which is a 0.2% growth rate. Looking back at last year, there was a 0.6, so the growth has decreased significantly from last year's. Looking at inflation, when we look at 2021 assessment numbers, last year's, again, looking at the residential market that was there, the market was quiet, I guess you could say, due to so many factors that were happening around us. Although it has bounced back here in the last year, which is reflected in the 2022 assessment numbers, where we've seen residential inflation, which would be changes due to market, it has gone up by 3.4%. When we look at non-residential growth, last year we've seen non-residential growth at 0.5%. So, and then this year we actually seen a negative growth. So a negative growth would be due to physical characteristics that would decrease the value, or physical changes that will decrease the value of the assessment. So a property that has, for example, experienced a fire and, you know, is sitting in a condition that obviously would be decrease its value, it can really affect your growth as well. So, and then from the market change perspective, in 2022 we see non-residential properties go up by total non-residential growth go up, or inflation, sorry, by 3.3 million, which is a 1% increase. And so this is this map might be hard to read, but this is the inspection that were done last year. So we can see the inspection cycle, or sorry, the last 5 years. These are the properties that have been inspected over the last 5 years, color-coded by the year they were inspected. So in last year, the reinspection area that we focused on was kind of I call it this, maybe the southeast residential, middle residential. So McMurdo, Glendale, and City Center East were inspected in 2022. As well as we also review all non-residential properties each year, which is really important for us to keep tabs on what's happening in those properties so we can do accurate vacancy studies, as vacancy is a major factor, contributing factor in the valuation process for non-residential properties. Up next, we have our 2023 reinspection cycle, and again, we're going to focus on, we do take a look again all the non-residential properties, and as well all the properties that kind of in the tan color, those are properties that have farmland or have had farmland type activities in the past. We do review those every year as well, because there's a significant impact on the assessed value and taxation of them. So we do keep a very close eye on those and review those every year to ensure that they are continuing to meet the legislative requirements of farmland. And then on top of that, from a residential perspective, we're looking at the Linalta, Spatnow, West Central, and portions of Parkdale and East Central neighborhoods for our global 20% reinspection. So moving forward, right now the assessment notices have been mailed, and we're receiving phone calls and inquiries, questions about their assessed values. The complaint deadline for this season is April 24th, and so we're in that process right now. And then once we're kind of done that, that's when we get into what we call our data collection phase, where we're going to start going out, start doing inspections and collecting new information towards next year's assessment as well. And that is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
I move that City Council accept this information as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kurt, for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. You said there's an increase of non-farm to farmland. So does that mean people who had farms decided to farm more of their land?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. No, it would be a change in the use of the property. There were a couple that were not farmed last year, 2 years ago, that were not farmed. They were just unused property, and they had since last year were now taken over and actually put into crop. So they went from not being used for anything, essentially being held, I guess you can maybe say, to actively being farmed and in crop. So when that action happened, then it meets the legislation for farmland.
Would you happen to know what % of our city is farmland? And I know that
from an acre perspective, or
yes, just a percent.
I don't.
No, that's fine. That's a hard question. The other thing is, if they want to contact you, do they go through the city to contact you, or do they contact you directly if they have concerns?
Probably a combination of both. On the city website is our direct phone number. We have a toll-free number that they can phone directly. And I think a lot probably just go through that. And I believe on the assessment notice, I think the assessment notice actually has our toll-free number right on that as well.
Great.
So I don't know how many contact the city first and then us, but I get the impression most come directly to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. It's not as simple question, and I think that's probably why you're asking. As simple as most people would think. So the assessed values that have been mailed in the current assessment notices are the 2022 assessed values, which feeds into your 2023 taxes. That assessed value is based on a valuation date of July 1st, 2022. So that is what your property would have sold for on July 1st of 2022. As everyone knows, the market goes up and down, so there is a date that is specified to say adjust everything to this date. So the sales we look at, things like that, need to be adjusted accordingly to come up to that July 1st valuation date. There is yet another date called the condition date, and that is December 31st of 2022. So that is the condition of the property on that date is what feeds your 2022 assessment. So as using an example, if you had built a garage in October of 2022, and I use a garage and using the example, you'd be able to build it in a weekend, which would be spectacular, but it was up and done and easy simple. In November 2022, that would be on your 2022 assessment. if on January 1st, you built the garage, January 1st, 2023, you built the garage, that would not be on your 2022 assessment. Is that?
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, and my mic wasn't on. So just for the understanding, was where July 1st and that condition date of December 31st comes into play for how your property is assessed. Any further? Thank you very much for your time. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm just thinking, do you want to do, yeah. We'll go to 15B, the rezoning of McLean's Meats.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Administration recently received a business license application. Apparently there is a land sale or a transfer of the business at McLean Meats. And part of our process is to go through and double check that the districting is proper, and it goes through a whole series of checks and balances to make sure that we can issue a permit or a business license. And one of the things that we found when we went through this process was that back when the city initiated an annexation in the late 80s, there was a 5-year caveat to honor all properties that were annexed in. And then when that 5 years was up, we updated our land use bylaw, but what we did not do was update this parcel to a current use. So basically what it means is that unless we change the land use of this parcel, that it will not be able to operate as this business. So in the RFD, I did one, it'll be, is it loaded up yet? Okay. Okay, perfect. So in the RFD, on the second page, current use is urban reserve. And so I go through all of those pieces that are allowed in urban reserve, and then administration went through and determined that a more appropriate use would be M1 light industrial. And so then we outline what's in M1 light industrial. And it should be noted that the Maple Leaf Hatchery is also in M1 zoning, and so that was our comparator to say that this would be an appropriate use. And so administration is requesting that we go with first reading of redistricting for this parcel, and then set up a public hearing, and then we would do second and third reading after the public hearing so that the property can be in compliance. We did issue a business license with the caveat that this needed to happen as well, so we did give them conditional approval on their business license just as information.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council approves first reading of Bylaw 2030-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Are there other properties that are affected by this that had that grandfathering period of 5 years where things have changed?
To the chair, I did ask that question, and I think we started looking. We didn't see any that were immediately of major issue right now. We do have one that we are in litigation with, but again, the properties were slightly different where the property was allowed to, they could have continued operating if they would have submitted the information that council needed to make a decision because it was a direct control parcel. So other than that area where this 5-year caveat was, we're not finding any that are the wrong designation or districting. So I'm not going to say there's none because we're going to continue to look, and if we do find any more, we will let council know, and we'll go through the same process.
And a difference between just the designation or what they were permitted to do prior to that with that 5-year caveat. So making sure that everybody affected knows that there is a change and they can't continue to operate as they were prior to that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for a motion to go in closed session. So? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, in the public hearing. Yep.
I move that City Council directs administration to advertise for a public hearing to be held on April the 11th, 2023.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Also carried unanimously. Now I will entertain a motion to go in closed session.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
What did we discuss?